I am noticing in the spirit of welcoming our neighbors, some of you have bypassed some neighbors and gone to other neighbors to welcome them deeply, more than your immediate neighbors. But all right. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we've honored the Almighty, I am going to request that we honor the land with which we come from. I am going to request that we rise and have the anthems. Thank you very much. Let's take our seats. Our guest of honor, the Chief Executive Officer of the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, Alhaji Kadunabi Ibrahim Lubega, the political leadership of the community of Mbarara, our keynote, the CEO of Stanbic Bank, Uganda, Momba Kenneth Kalifungwa, our dear panelists, the chairman of the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda, and your fellow board members here present, the president of the East Africa Insurance Brokers Association, ABA, Mr. Paul Mohamed, our conference convener, Mr. Edward Nambafu, our regional delegates from the East African community, specifically Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, and Tanzania, the chairperson and the leadership of Uganda Insurers Association, the principal of the Insurance Training College, who also doubles as the chairperson of the Association of African Insurance Educators and Trainers, Mr. Saul Seremba, our partners and sponsors in the different categories. Because of reasons known to me and you, allow me make mention of our platinum sponsor, Sanlam, and our gold sponsor, ICE Lion. CEOs and MDs of insurance brokerage firms, together with your staff present, CEOs of insurance companies, together with different individuals that serve with these insurance companies, CEOs, MDs, valuers and loss assessors, our venue host, Las Vegas Hotel, members of the Fourth Estate, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Morireje, habari za subuhi, and good morning. Because the first two languages are not very convenient for many of you, good morning. When you come to Mbarara, we say tuabachira abagenyi bitu. I am yet to find out what you respond, and I'll come back to tell you. Welcome to the 7th Ibao Conference 2025 under the theme, A Whole New World, Major Trends Shaping the Globe. Allow me set the above as the protocol for these next 2 days, and thus the subsequent speakers are at liberty to adopt the protocol going forward. Can I request each one of you once again to give your neighbor a high five and welcome them back to the 7th conference. I usually say that there's a big difference between a high five and a slap. If your neighbor gives you a slap, change seat. It's just sign language to communicate that you needed to sit in a different place altogether. Earlier this week, you will appreciate that we lost a global figure. And because I am aware that even the staunch Catholics will not go to attend the burial ceremony of the Pope, can I request that we pay our respect as the community that is seated here by standing up and we have a moment of silence. Can we rise up and we pay respect to the Pope? May his soul rest in eternal peace. Let's take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're very, very welcome to the 7th conference. I want to welcome you back from the Prudential night we had yesterday. Can I request that we put a big, big round of applause for our sponsor, Prudential, for a night well set. I see some of you, by the way you are looking at your neighbors, you're seeing it as if it's a miracle that they are here. Following the actions of yesterday, Al-Haji and our keynote, for one reason or the other, you were not there. Allow me give you a feel of what happened yesterday in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, our eyes on the screen, Al-Haji and our keynote, Mumba, please enjoy, and you see what you missed yesterday.
Welcome you for the 7th Ibao Annual Conference 2025.
On behalf of the Insurance Brokers Association, I'd like to welcome you all here this evening, this week, in the beautiful land of Mbarara, the land of milk and honey. We do have a CSR campaign where we have partnered with Mbarara Referral Hospital. One, we will be donating blood.
This is a moment for us to network. This is a moment for us to learn, relearn, and unlearn.
We are thrilled to be hosting this cocktail. Over the next 3 days, you'll be networking, you'll be learning. Here's to a successful conference and to the partnerships that keep growing stronger. Cheers to a lot of you.
There are some of you seated there that deep down in you, you know that that's your conference. Now, these are the things we are here to do today. You were there, but 50-50. You were busy seeing, let us see what tonight will look like. No matter the reason, we are happy that you are here. Before I invite our conference convener to officially welcome you, the Pope will be laid to rest this Saturday. And because I'm sure that many of us will not be able to attend, that's why we had to pay our respects. While listening to radio yesterday, driving to Mbarara, the presenter made mention of one of the, the history of the Pope. And I was comforted that, Alhaji, there are those days where you feel like things won't work. You will not get there. But I was comforted by the fact that in the history, in the earlier days of the Pope's life, he was a bouncer. And so he navigated through and changed from one path to another. Alhaji, now I am confident that one day I'll become CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request that we put our hands together for Mr. Edward Nambafo, our conference convener, to come and officially welcome us.
Thank you so much, our MC, our guest of honor, the COIRA, Alhaji Kadunabi Ibrahim Lubega, our keynote speaker, and our friend, Mr. Mumba Kenneth Kalfungwa. Allow me ride on the existing protocol, which has been ably relayed before us by the MC. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, the 7th IBAO conference, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you to Mbarara and welcome you to this conference. Our guest of honor and our keynote speaker, you'll forgive us in a good way. We know how much you are time conscious, you are here on the dot, but because, for a good cause of what Prudential did to us last night, you can see many of us struggled, but I'm glad that we are full house. Can we clap for ourselves? My role here is simple. I am here to welcome you and give you the comfort that we are with the team that will put up this together. You are going to have a memorable moment that you will live never to forget. Thank you. The team crafted, the theme is well laid, the whole new world, the major trends that are shaping the globe. The keynote speaker, it took us time. We had to look around and say, who is the best person that can lead this discussion? And we could not go anywhere other than our very own keynote speaker, Mr. Mumba. We are very, very glad to have you. Also, when you look at the other panelists, as you may have seen through the program, these are distinguished ladies and gentlemen in their various fields, and we want to believe they will be able to drive the message home so that by the time we all leave, we'll be on the same page. In terms of the program, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we set the tone. Apologies for where we may have fallen short. It was not our own making. You know, when it comes to nature, at times it can be a challenge. And as we were struggling, our guest of honor and the keynote speaker, with the rain, someone whispered to me that in their home or in their village, wherever they are having a function and during such kind of time, you have to make a budget to have someone who can treat the rain. Is it vaccinate? the rain. But for us being Christians and Muslims and other believers, we said no. Rain is a blessing. And there's one thing, our guest of honor, that we need to investigate. What usually happens with Prudential? Last year when we were in Mbarara, you saw what happened. This year, it was also the same thing. But for a good cause, we know rain is a blessing. So can we give a big round of applause for Prudential? So ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the program, we have started. We enjoyed yesterday. Today we are here. Later in the afternoon, we have a CSR project at Mbarara Regional Hospital, where we are going to do blood donation. We will also have some goodies to donate to the mothers, the women in the maternity ward, and also some dry rations to give out to the children who are in the children's clinic. So it's my pleasure and my plea that we all join when it comes to that time. Tomorrow is yet also another interesting day where we'll also have, the conference will continue, but later in the afternoon we'll be going to Igongo, which is I think around 4 kilometers from here. We have an excursion where we'll be able to appreciate nature of what Uganda has, and then later in the afternoon, guess what is going to happen? There is talent night show, where we are going to see who is better, other than selling the policies. So prepare yourself. Today, in the evening, we'll have a gala dinner, which will be proudly sponsored by ICA Lion. I want to give you the comfort that in terms of the program, that's how it's going to run. We are all set. I want to believe you have settled in. Where you need any support, where things are not going on well, please give us a chance. We can make it. I will take this opportunity to thank our guests of honor for always being there for us. We were having breakfast with the East African delegates, and one of them mentioned that one thing which puts you apart, you move with your people. Aluhaji, thank you so much. Our keynote speaker, we know how busy it is, given that you have moved into a new role. I recall at that time you had just, I think it was your first day at Stanbic. We reached out to you. And the response we got is just give me a few minutes, give me a few hours, let me see what I can do. And we are glad that you had to spare your time to be with us here. We don't take it for granted. To our sponsors, and specifically for this day, you will allow me to recognize the platinum sponsor. I know the rest of the other sponsors, we are recognizing you in your various capacities, but for today, I will take this opportunity again to thank Sanlam Life, Sanlam General, for always, thank you, for always being there for us. You have done this for a couple of years, and again, we don't take that for granted. To our regional delegates from East Africa, if you are talking about issues of East Africa, you stand out. You stand out very, very strongly. We know how busy you are, but you have always been there for us each time there is a conference in Uganda here. Again, in the spirit of East Africa, we say thank you so much. Asante sana, merci beaucoup, mwebale nnyo. To our distinguished delegates in your various capacities, can we give A very big round of applause to ourselves. Aluhaji, our guest of honor, I'm glad to report that yesterday we set another record. We never expected to have that kind of audience. Honestly, we are being very honest with you, but the audience that turned up was overwhelming. And like the MC mentioned, even today, given the nocturnal activities we had last night, we would have never expected to have a full house. Can we give ourselves a very big round of applause? But here we are, and again, we don't take that for granted. To our partners in the various capacities, our service providers, again, a very, very big round of applause to you. As I close, I can only say asante sana, mwebale nnyo, mwebale munonga, mwanyala nabi. When I say mwanyala nabi, mwebale ino, asante sana, merci beaucoup, God bless you. Let's have a memorable experience when we are in Mbarara. May the good Lord bless you. Thank you so much.
Alhaji, I want to say that it is very good you didn't come yesterday because, first of all, you would have been looking at people differently this morning. That's issue number one. Then you probably, it would, of course, pose a few issues of licensing and whatnot. But that aside, I also want to guarantee you that there was very little soda. Very little soda. And the other drinks that can make you forget where you parked, they were. So it's good you didn't come because you would have taken 1 or 2 sodas and that's it for you. But Kenneth, you should have been there tonight, don't miss. Because it's going to be very, very interesting. Is Peter Slim here? Peter Slim Mugarura? Okay, he's not yet here. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, join me in welcoming the chairman of the Insurance Brokers Association to come give his remarks and welcome our guest of honor.
Thank you very much, Gava. Our guest of honor, Alhaj Kadunabi Ibrahim Lubega. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Mumba Kenneth Kalifungwa. I'll continue to ride on the protocol that was observed by simply saying to each and every one of you, we welcome you here this morning. You know, looking around the room, I can say I'm seeing people very alert, and that is a good thing. We look around 12, around midday, and see how alert we are. However, what the organizing committee has done for us is give us a program that enables us to blend in hard work, networking, and most importantly, getting to know each other. So that by the time you go back, you don't go back the same way. You go back when you've made more friends and when you're able to do a lot more for the general good. Now, Edward Nambafu has appraised each and every one of us. I'll try not to repeat the same, but let me please give a big round of applause to Edward and the organizing committee for the good work they have done getting us all here today. It is a privilege to address you today at the 7th IBAO Conference in Las Vegas Hotel in Mbarara. Our conferences continue to serve us as a cornerstone for reflection, collaboration, and foresight in our industry. On behalf of the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda, I bring warm greetings and an unwavering commitment to the growth and transformation of the Uganda insurance landscape. This year's theme, A Whole New World, could not be more timely because indeed we are standing at the edge of a new era of insurance, both globally and here at home. Talk about embracing a new reality. The world we knew just a few years ago is not the world we operate in today. The realities of digital transformation, or should I say digital disruption, artificial intelligence, changing demographics, global pandemics, political disruption, cybercrime, and climate change have fundamentally reshaped how people perceive and interact with risk. In Uganda, we're also witnessing powerful shifts. The formalization of SMEs, the government's push towards inclusive financial services, the expansion of oil and gas, and many others. But this new world presents both a challenge and a profound opportunity. Now, brokers do have a role to play in this changing landscape. In this world, the role of the broker is more vital than ever. We are no longer just intermediaries. We are interpreters of complex risk, architects of coverage, educators of the public, and defenders of client value. Over the past year, brokers contributed over 30% of the gross written premiums, according to the IRA's latest data. We help businesses recover from fire losses, supported families after expected tragedies, and guided clients through intricate claims and policy decisions. But we must not stop here. To remain relevant in this world, brokers need to be able to embrace technology. And for that, we are quite thankful of the work we've done under the guidance of the regulator, who's put us together through the Innovation Awards, through the Sandstorms, given us an opportunity within which we can be creative when it comes to technology. A number of us, insurers, brokers, have adhered to the call. Others, not so much. But this is a rallying cry that with the world that we are in today, we need to embrace technology. And here we have an opportunity to even reward the creativity that comes with it. We need to be able to build deeper expertise. Our clients are more informed and expect more. I'm sure many of you have witnessed times when you go meet a client and they're telling you about your own policies, because they have read everything is out in the social media or generally on the network. So we all need to pull up our game in providing clarity and timely advice to our clients so that we can show that we are still relevant. We need to be able to lead with integrity. So ethics and professionalism become a key milestone for us. But then what becomes our strategic response, especially when we are going into 2025, 2026 and beyond? At IBAU, we've continuously reached out to the IRA, and every time we've reached out, we want to thank you for being very responsive, and this has made us get better and stronger as the years roll by. Public awareness. We all know as an industry we do have a big challenge. If you asked what has been our biggest challenge now, what has been our biggest challenge 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it's been public awareness. In Uganda, as we keep working to cross the 1% penetration rate, yes, we're growing, but the economy is also growing just as fast. So we still do have quite a bit to do when it comes to public awareness, which cannot be done by an individual company or only by an individual company. That's why it's important when we come together as companies, as associations, we can do a lot more in building awareness within our community. Let's also be bold enough to ask the questions about outdated systems. They say insurance is traditional, but when you look at today, there is a lot of modernity that is happening. Insurers, brokers, agents, bankers, reinsurers, adjusters, regulators, we are all stewards of this industry. We must foster a spirit of partnership, transparency, innovation, to meet the demands of the new era. Final reflection, ladies and gentlemen, a whole new world is not just about change. It's also about possibility. A whole world, it's a world where insurance isn't just a fallback. It's a foundation. Where technology isn't a disruption, it's a bridge. And where brokers don't just transact, we transform lives. Let's embrace this new world with vision, with integrity, and with resolve. This year, I'm blessed enough to also hold the presidency of the East African Insurance Brokers Association. And here, amidst us, we do have representation. I'd like to kindly ask the president for the Kenya Insurance Brokers Association to please just stand up and wave to the team. Thank you so much for coming with your team around you. I'd like to kindly request Mendes, president for the Rwanda Insurance Brokers Association, can stand up, please. Thank you for coming with your team. And yes, give special recognition to MUA Rwanda. MUA Rwanda, who are here with us today, who also sponsored to be part of our conference. We thank you. We thank you so much. Then I'd also like to Olo from the Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association, with your team, thank you for coming here. What we have noticed over the years that, yes, you can do so much alone, but you can do so much more when we are together. And as we've been communicating as the East African Industry or Association, we found ourselves, we can only say that we've gotten better and better in delivering better services to our respective countries. In a very special way, I would like to thank once again our organizing committee led by Edward Nambafu for all the hard work that has gone in over the last few weeks and months to make sure this is possible. And you can simply see this is just a test or the beginning of what is yet to come. For that, thank you very much, Edward and team. I'd like to also once again thank our sponsors. We have those who've sponsored a lot more financially to get us to bankroll this event. But the beauty about this conference is we've got sponsorships from across the board. Each and every insurance broker sponsored for this event. We had sponsorship from a lot of our insurers, like you've seen and you can see across. Please don't tire, because our commitment to you is to make sure that these conferences, when they bring us together, we are able to deliberate on matters of importance to us as an industry, to us as a country and region, and at least we go back when we're insurers, when we are members of the insurance industry, and when we are stronger and we can fight together with one voice. I'd also like to give a big round of applause to our secretariat, led by Chris. I'm sure most of you have received messages from him as we try to coordinate this event. And most importantly, I'd like to really thank each and every one of you for being here this week, away from your homes and your loved ones, for the good of our insurance industry. Thank you, and may our insurance industry continue to rise and thrive for God and my country. At this time, I have the pleasure of inviting somebody that we all know very well. I'm sure each and every one of us has a good testimony to give with regards to the experience we've had with our regulator, Al-Haj. These are your members. They're all here because they believe what we are doing is for the common good. And without saying so much, I'd like to kindly invite you to come and talk to our industry. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. You are most welcome to this 7th IBAO Conference 2025. Allow me stand on the protocol which has been ably relayed by my namesake, Ibrahim. But I don't know whether Rose Wanda has been introduced or she was introduced when I was looking the other side. But let me recognize the presence of the Secretary General of OSI, Rose Wanda. Our keynote speaker, my brother Kalifungwa. I was asking him the meaning of that name. And we agreed that let's leave it in the understanding of theirs. So otherwise, if we cross over, we can have different interpretations. The MD of Stanbic Bank, the chair of IBAO, and at the same time, the chair of East African Brokers Association. All of you invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin my remarks, I want to say that I can now confirm when I was advised that the dress code will be golf wear. And for me, I took it that the golf wear will be for the dinner. Now, coming here, I'm seeing all of you as if you are starting the golf wear. So you decide that Kalifungwa and I will be the ones who will come in suits. But that is also a good way of separating me from the MC. The second point is that he also said, Ibrahim said that it's good I wasn't, and what is happening to this microphone? The one managing the system must know that can cost a revolution in the entire industry. He said that it is good I wasn't at dinner. I wasn't at the cocktail last night. But let me tell you that as a regulator, I am everywhere. Let me first introduce my colleagues we came with, and I request you to stand up so that, because I don't know exactly where each one of you is sitting. But I have Madam Francesca Kakoza, Director Legal. I have Madam Mariam Nalunkuma Hajat, Manager Communication, Manager Corporate Affairs. I have Madam Marion Wasaja, who is in charge of me. I have Kevin Walungama, who is in charge of your licenses. Where are the others? I have Sampo, Nahima, and I have Faizo Sebaga. Yes, there is the most important man here in Western region is Mr. Bonnie Okello, who is standing there. He is also separate. But what is happening?
Alhaji, I think you're about to also sanitize the person. Legacy team, for the goodness of your job, switch to this microphone if you want to receive your final payment. The person you're dealing with is really a high-ranking citizen, not only in the industry, but in the country. I don't know, where are the photographers? Why aren't you taking this photo? Is it working? Okay, have you switched to the second microphone? All right, Alhaji, it's nice to be here to support you. I'll be there.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that team, I can relay for you what happened last night, so that you can know that I am pretty aware of exactly what happened. But it was a good time, and we want to thank Edward and the team for organizing such a colorful conference. Can we give Edward a round of applause? May I therefore welcome you, the 7th annual IBAO conference 2025 here in the city of Mbarara. Now, these people are having a bigger problem. Huh? If also another microphone cannot go on properly. I applaud the chairmanship of Mr. Paul Mohame and the entire organizing team for putting up a very wonderful conference. This conference, as we have already been advised, is under the theme of a whole new world, a deep dive into the global trends. As we can all imagine, indeed, the world is quickly changing. And indeed, many things are going on which dictate how we have to behave. Various researchers have come up with items and things we must address moving forward. One of which is the KPMG 2025 report, which highlighted the things which we need to look up to. Is one such items which we must address. And technology is no longer an option, but indeed a necessity which all of us must address. From the AI-driven underwriting to blockchain claim processing, the digital wave is indeed transforming how we serve our clients. Brokers, therefore, must, if you are to survive, invest heavily in the digital transformation of how we do business. The second point of interest is the customer-centric models and products which talk to the needs of our people. Today's clients are more informed and demanding and indeed connected. Therefore, expectations must be beyond the business as usual, and it must also provide seamless insurance experiences. Brokers and underwriters must work together to deliver value that goes beyond the policy documents and the way we were comfortable. The third point of interest is the climate risks and environmental, social, and governance, ESG. Climate change is indeed reshaping the risk profiles which we underwrite. And this is not only here in Uganda, but also globally. As the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, we are keen to seeing that the insurance underwriters, brokers, and all intermediaries indeed are forward-looking in providing strategies that integrate ESG principles and offer resilience against the environmental shocks. The other point of interest is the microinsurance and inclusion agenda. In our local context, we must all continue to champion financial inclusion. You are aware that the government of Uganda, through the parish development model and other interventions, has worked ensuring people can have money in their pockets. As the insurance players, we must also tap into providing what we know best, which is risk mitigation. We must provide risk mitigation to the less privileged. We must provide risk mitigation to the uninsured. Let's reimagine products and create a market what is simple, accessible, but most importantly, affordable. The fifth point of concern is the risk management and resilience. Developing a robust risk management framework and building organizational resilience will help insurers navigate the uncertainties and indeed provide potential safeguards to the disruptions which affects our market. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, we recognize the dynamic nature which we are going through. We are therefore committed to creating an enabling regulatory environment that is responsive, innovative, and forward-looking. We are reviewing several regulatory frameworks to align to the global trends, ensuring that the insurance brokers and the underwriters are empowered to thrive in this new world, and indeed the changing world. We also encourage you to dialogue between yourselves and the underwriters, and indeed between yourselves and the people you serve. The dialogue can never be complete if the regulator is not involved. Our doors will remain widely open for any ideas which you'll come up with intended to improve the status quo. Ladies and gentlemen, let us use this conference as a platform for us to discuss and use it as a launchpad to do transformation. Let us rethink our traditional models. Let us adopt technologies that improve service and trust, service delivery and trust to the people we do serve. Let us invest in the people. And the people, we must begin with our employees. The insurance industry must at all times be recognized as professional. It is indeed worthless to think of concluding a deal than providing the professional guidance which the brokers must do. And that will be the biggest asset which you can offer to the clients. Let us never lose sight of our shared purpose, which is to protect the lives, businesses, and indeed the future of Uganda and the world over. May I therefore conclude my remarks by once again re-emphasizing that in the realm of insurance, risk assessment extends beyond the policies we do offer. We must all embrace sustainable practices, not just for today's bottom line, but as a strategic investment in resilience, ensuring that your company's enduring success in a world that demands environmental and social responsibility is critical. As we explore this whole new world, let us be bold in our vision, in our strategic interventions, and in the actions which we do. We must all unite to this purpose. We must all unite to this cause, because it is the very reason why we exist. I wish you fruitful deliberations, and we look forward to receiving the resolutions of this conference as a way to improve the status quo. I thank you for listening to me, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we appreciate the regulator, Alhaji? Alhaji, I want to appreciate you for your resilience and adaptability, because even when the microphone continued to create an environment, you continued to show true characters of a regulator. You continued to persevere. Can we clap for Alhaji? Simply to say that nothing can pull you down. Not even your haters will pull you down. So thank you very much, Alhaji. When you were speaking, every time there was a bit of the glitch. It reminded me of those days. Many of us here, I'm sure, the parents that we are, you know that day when you have done everything correctly. Because you can imagine, I was here at about 7:30. We did a lot of microphone testing. Testing from inside, testing from outside, testing on the stairs. Everything was correct. But only for the guest of honor to come here and things. Really, pardon us, but we are not, technology can be quite challenging. So Alhaji, please pardon us. We did our best to test everything under the sun. But you also know that there are those days when you have, as a parent, you have done everything correctly. You have prepared the meal, the guests come in time, you show them where to sit, only for your son Jaden to come and tell the guest or your visitors that that's my seat, get out of it. And then you start to wonder, I have done everything correct. But it's only now your son that starts the undoing. So it's one of those days where you have prepared everything correctly, you have cleaned the house, and when the guests sit, about 20, 30 minutes, a cockroach starts to walk on the wall like this. And you're like, oh my God, where did it come from? So Alhaji, you'll pardon us, but I am sure that we have really managed to come through. And we thank you very much for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, before I proceed, for many of you, you will not know that I have a mother in the insurance sector. And it's not a mother of this, that's my mother, they've supported me in a professional career, but my real mother. For today, allow me to show you my mother for the first time, Miss Christine Kasoma of Padre Pio Insurance. Yeah, so for many of you who have been asking why I'm here, I am here because I have parents. Yeah, so thank you very much. I want to now proceed before I invite our sponsor moment and before we have our keynote. I wanted to make one quick request. Before I make the quick request, give me a break, then I come back. Alhaji, before we move on to listen to our keynote, you did everything correctly, but I'm sure because of the microphone, you skipped to open the conference officially. So now we cannot go forward before you open officially. Otherwise, we'll be in a conference that is not officially opened. People, do you want Alhaji not to officially open? You want Alhaji to officially open. Can everybody say Alhaji? Speak louder, Alhaji. Alhaji, the people have spoken. Please come and officially open the conference. People, clap for Alhaji as if you really want him to open.
If you looked at that program, which was delivered to my office, official opening is different from the remarks of the guest of honor. So I had to separate them. I didn't skip anything. May I take this opportunity and singular honor to officially declare the 7th IBAO Conference 2025 officially open. I thank you.
Alhaji, if it was a football match, you would have 5, I would have 0. Indeed, you're very, very correct that the program segments are different. And let's clap for Alhaji for officially opening the conference. Because in the afternoon we have a blood donation drive, and we know and we are aware that you are the people to give the blood. Look at your neighbor following yesterday night and tell them, drink more water. Look at your neighbor and tell them, drink more water. Insurers gathered here this morning, let me inform you that your role is to give the blood. Your role is to do what? To give the blood. Tell your neighbor you must donate. Tell your neighbor. Now, of whether we use your blood or we don't use it, it is inconsequential. Just to do what? Give the blood. Ladies and gentlemen, for 4 years in a row, a company that was established in 1918 with over 100 years in existence, starting as a life and health insurance company, Sanlam has continued to be our platinum sponsor. Can we make welcome for Sanlam to come and make use of their moment? I am alive to the fact that we have the life and the general, but allow me invite my very good friend Donato to come and take away the Sanlam moment. Can we welcome our platinum sponsor with a big, big round of applause?
Just being sure. Alhaji, I don't know if it is the age, but I think we are safe here. I would like to, I'd made a request to our hosts at the back there. I don't know if you're ready. Are you ready? Sound control. Negative. Not ready. I think we'll get it prepared, so when we are leaving, you give me a signal, okay? So, greetings from Sanlam. My name is Donato Laboke, and I look after marketing for the region in East Africa. I support a number of businesses within the space of Sanlam. I would like to, before I invite my colleagues who will be speaking on the behalf of the various CEOs we have, both for the life and general business, I would like to share a few remarks. When you speak about a new world, we imagine a lot. But after we imagine, we go back and do the same things. It's human nature that change is difficult. It's human nature that we find it hard to get out of our comfort. It's human nature that when we meet on such platforms, it is a nice moment. We come here and celebrate and share. When we go back, it takes about 3 weeks to reset to factory setting. Like they say, there are so many pastors in every sector. You feel motivated. Once you're done, you go back to how you do it. I hope today you can make a difference. For Sanlam, we are proud of being part of the IBAO celebration. For the years we've participated, we've found that there's been value each year. Value we see in our interactions with the brokers. At least we know every year I'll get to see certain faces more often. And it's an opportunity for us, for our colleagues who interact with the brokers, that we come here and we join you. It's a commitment to continue to make. I make this commitment without consulting my CEOs, but I think I've done it every year and I've gotten out with it. I believe next year we are still with you. So please reach out and let's see how to support. So at this point, I would like to raise this. To do something for 7 years, you've created a habit that you can maintain, you can sustain this. But the key question, like we've shared with Rita and your other colleagues, is how do you make it better each year? And I think that part, the consistency that you've shown in making this happen for the past 7 years, for us, we cannot say much more. It makes us so proud that we can contribute to this as we go on. And while I conclude, I would like to thank our other partners, the other insurance companies that come to the table to make sure this happens. I think it's good. I think it's good to see encouragement for all other players to participate, and it's exciting that we see new sponsors coming up each year, much as we still want to be here. Yes, we still want to be here, but we would like to see many more new sponsors coming on board. So allow me to, sound, are you ready? Negative? You ready? Okay, so as I invite my colleagues up, sound, just, you play me those songs. Let me just call them out. Before they come, you play me the song. So I would like to invite Brian Kaima, our General Manager Corporate. He will be representing Ruth Namuli, our CEO at the Sanlam General Insurance Business. And then Martin Mutiaba is the GM Corporate, who will be representing our CEO at Sanlam Life, Mr. Gary Corbett. Please, let's have that song as they come forward.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming.
A whole new world, a dazzling place I never
Thank you.
knew.
Are we together? A whole new world. I believe this platform is a magic carpet. Yeah. All those that are here, Ibawa has brought you into this magic carpet, and we want you to imagine a new world. So before I have my colleagues share their messages from the various CEOs, I would like to ask our colleagues left behind, seated, please can you stand up and wave? All colleagues from Sanlam, stand up and wave. I know we have some previous colleagues also in the audience. We greet you and we appreciate you. The impact is huge. So I'll hand over to Brian. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Donato. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guests, Honorable Alhaji, we'll just leave it there. Our keynote speaker, the Chief Executive Officer of Stanbic Bank, all delegates and industry captains present for this 7th IBAO conference. My role here today is very simple. I'm representing the Chief Executive Officer of Sanlam General Insurance Uganda, Ruth Namuli, who was unable to be with us here today due to prior engagements. As previously introduced, my name is Brian Kaima, the General Insurance, the General Manager Corporate Business at Sanlam General Insurance. I have been with Sanlam for a number of years, and in those years, I've seen the impact that the brokers have played in the life of Sanlam General Insurance Uganda. Brokers contribute about 80% of the corporate business that I write. And of course, if we didn't support the one who contributes the 80% of the business that we write, that would be like biting the hand that feeds us. So by us contributing to the IBAO conference, we feel that we are driving the visibility of the insurance industry, thereby improving on the support that the brokers give to Sanlam. So my role here, as I said, is very simple, just to express gratitude for IBAO and for, to the Insurance Regulatory Authority for the good regulatory environment which has helped Sanlam to thrive. We can't appreciate that more. And also to appreciate all the industry players that contribute to these conferences. Our industry grapples with issues of poor visibility. In the past, I remember when before I joined the industry, there was a notion that all insurers are thieves. Insurance, but when we have these types of conferences, it improves on the visibility and on people in Mbarara getting to know that insurance even exists, that we are actually legitimate. So I'll end my remarks there by just wishing you all delegates a very, very wonderful conference and a very safe journey on your way back. Thank you very much.
I was trying to confirm with Donato whether I should do a mic test, and he said I shouldn't. But I will anyway, as Platinum sponsor, do a mic test, but differently. So we'll say 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. And that's not money. That's the penetration we have in the country. And we need to grow it. We are close to 1%, but we need to grow it. The CEO, the IRA, Alhaji Kadunabi, the keynote speaker, Mr. Kalifungwa, leaders and CEOs, colleagues across the board, the fourth estate, the team at Las Vegas, of course, a very good morning. Sanlam has done the 7 years with IBAO, and has it been fruitful? I re-echo what Brian has said. Yes, it has. And it's very evident because we see that in our numbers. You can clap. So we see that in our numbers year on year, and that's because, one, we are intentional about this. We sit at the platinum position, and whereas Donato says we would like to see more coming on, we won't give it away that easy. But most importantly, because we get very good support from our dear brokers, and that we don't take for granted. We would like to appreciate you so much. And that's across in terms of the local brokers as well as the international brokers. Special greetings from Gary Corbett, who would have loved to be here. Many people could not imagine that Gary would be my color. They kept on looking at my tag, Gary Corbett. I am him for today. He sends greetings. The team here sends greetings. The team at the office sends you more greetings. We appreciate all of us here. We appreciate the IRA for being very intentional and working with us. We appreciate IBAO, definitely, for giving us this platform. I saw Mr. Seremba somewhere. We appreciate the ITC as well that has made it possible for empowering our teams. In a special way, we thank every partner of ours who's here. Enjoy the new era, but also take note that Sanlam has something big coming. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Sound, I hope you're ready. Before we get back, we have to enjoy the moment. Please, just hold it, cool it. You notice on your table, you have a package. There's a small message there in that package from Sanlam, Uganda. Do not give away your package. You will regret it while you gave it away. Keep it close to you, because what is in there tells you about the world we live in today. We are looking for a lot of convenience. We're looking for possibilities to make our lives easy. We just thought in one way or another that in this room, there's nobody attending this conference without a phone. If there's anyone who doesn't have a phone, please reach out to me, I'll give you a phone. But I'm sure everybody has a phone. And that's the best way we thought would bring you closer, by making it possible for you to have convenience in how you use your phone. Thank you so much. Sound, this is the moment you start that song as I conclude. Gava, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
A new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming.
A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But when I'm way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in a whole new world with
Now
you.
I'm in a whole new world with you.
Unbelievable sights, indescribable feelings.
You know, there's that common phrase of omgaga, really the rich person. Even when the song they give you is not very, very interesting, there is a message behind the song, so you enjoy the song. Can we clap for our platinum sponsor, Sanlam? Thank you very much. So I had to make sure that the song indeed ends. Otherwise, you can have it really very, very difficult. Before I proceed, we all know that networking is very, very important. And many of us continue to thrive in our careers and want to move to the boardrooms to become CEOs, belong to certain boards. Allow me to show you a gentleman who is the CEO of the League of East African Directors, Mr. Trevor Ariho. Please stand up for recognition. So for networking, business platform, you want to join the boardroom, all those platforms where you continue to exchange, find time to continue interacting with the Trevor there, and I'm sure that you'll enjoy the journey. Alhaji, in the beginning, I told you that to get here and speak is very, very difficult, because you are speaking in front of senior citizens, you're speaking in front of Alhaji, you're speaking in front of a man who leads the top bank in this country. They are listening to your English, they are seeing if your math is adequate for you to speak. And so it brings a lot of pressure. And that's why I noticed my colleague Brian from Sanlam first started with calling you honorable, which was not a mistake, because Alhaji was a honorable of Butambara. So really, once a honorable, always a honorable. So, but it's the pressure. It can really be huge. If a platinum sponsor can fight the pressure, what about me, ordinary 1 inch? Here to just really make sure the program moves. So it's really understandable, but thank you very much for making it easy. And once again, can I request, some of you, the way you are appreciating a platinum sponsor is not good enough. Can we give a big, big round of applause to our platinum sponsor, Sanlam? The package they've given you, use it for these 2 days. When you are going back where you are paid your salary, remove the thing, use it slowly, slowly. Behind, if you put it in front of the desk, it may cause you unemployment. So, but for now, continue to really make use of it. Ladies and gentlemen, our next part of the program is quite exciting. And we're going to delve deeper into understanding our theme. And allow me to briefly inform you or read through a brief profile of our next speaker. And our next speaker is Mumba Kenneth Kalifungwa, who is an accomplished banking executive with nearly 30 years of industry experience, including 2 decades in senior leadership roles across the banking sector. Kenneth currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer at Stanbic Bank, Uganda. He previously served as the Managing Director at Absa Bank, Uganda, and held senior roles in Botswana and Zambia. Kenneth, I like your intelligence. At Absa, Managing Director. At Stanbic, CEO. I like how you've differentiated the two. Mumba holds an MBA from Heriot-Watt University and is a fellow of SCCA and AICPA. He serves on several boards, including Board Audit Committee Chairperson of Zamcom in Zambia. He is a strategic leader in business growth, risk, and finance. Mumba is deeply passionate about developing people into leaders and delivering a shared value of stakeholder. From Absa to Stanbic Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome for Mumba Kenneth with a big, big applause to come and take us through our theme.
In the realm of success, where dreams intertwine, our lives flourish, rich by design. From boardroom conquests, where visions take flight, to family laughter that dances in the light. It's the joy in each moment, the legacy we build, a promise fulfilled as our hearts are filled. With every investment, horizons expand. It's not just banking, it's a world at hand. For in lifestyle, in family, in growth we explore. Together we flourish, because with us, there's always more. So you see, it's not just banking, it's a world of more. Talk to us today, and let's introduce you to a world beyond banking.
Thank you very much. You have to milk every opportunity that you have to promote your brand. Our regulator, the CEO of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, Alhaji Ibrahim Kadunabi, Chairman, Insurance Brokers Association, Mr. Paul Muhammad, Conference Convener and CEO Minet, Edward Nambafu, Principal in Insurance Training College, Mr. Saul Seremba, CEOs of insurance companies, the organizing committee, CEOs of brokerage firms. Must I just say, all protocols observed, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I get into my official remarks, just to indicate to Edward and Paul that when they asked Alex to find me, Mukasa, the CEO of MASH, it was very easy because he's one of my golf buddies, so he's one of those CEOs I see at least on a weekly basis. So it was the right channel to use. And for selfish reasons, I always make it a point that in whatever area of the continent or country of the continent that I work in, I adopt a home. And the home I adopted in Uganda is in Kabale. So I say, I am a Ugandan of Zambian descent, but a Muchiga by tribe. And interestingly, as I claimed that Muchigaship 5 years ago, one of the children in my household will later this year adopt a surname called Biarugaba. So that's how well entrenched I am with the western part of Uganda, and it was an easy decision to accept an invite to come and be amongst such distinguished colleagues today. Let me start by once again expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda for the gracious invitation to address this distinguished gathering. It is a true honor and privilege to speak at a conference that unites such a dynamic and indispensable pillar of Uganda's financial services ecosystem. The theme could not have been more relevant. The world has changed, and indeed it has. And the challenge that that poses is that if the world has changed, so must we. A whole new world resonates deeply in this moment of seismic shifts. We stand at the crossroads of unprecedented transformation, marked by some of the following trends. Global forces. I think a few years ago, we remember that we're hit by a global pandemic, whose effects continue to manifest themselves even today. Accelerating climate crises, as my colleagues that spoke prior to me also acknowledged. The relentless march of digital innovation, the rising geopolitical uncertainties have not only disrupted the world order, but they have rewritten the very playbook of business. A few weeks ago, the leader of the free world announced what he was calling Liberation Day, whose impact continues to rattle the entire globe and create further uncertainty in terms of the direction that this world is taking. It is indeed a time of profound challenge, yes, but also of extraordinary opportunity. In this new landscape, trust, agility, adaptability, and innovation has emerged as some of the currencies of success. The era of business as usual has ended, and uncertainty is now a definite certainty. Uncertainty is now a definite certainty. For those of us in financial services, that is banking, insurance, and beyond, reimagining our purpose is no longer a choice. It is a matter of survival and relevance. The Ugandan insurance industry reflects this reality all too well. Over the past 5 years, the sector has steadily evolved, with general insurance, which consistently dominates the market, accounting for around 70% of total gross written premiums, while life has gradually gained ground, especially since the advent of COVID, now making up close to 30% of the industry premiums. This shift signals slow but growing awareness of long-term risk management and financial planning among Ugandans. It is our understanding that the industry is currently composed of over 30 licensed insurance companies, split between life and general insurers, alongside more than 50 insurance brokers. These numbers show a growing structure and competitive landscape. Yet the sector remains vastly underutilized. I think it is evident in terms of insurance penetration that Uganda's insurance penetration remains alarmingly low, hovering at just about 1% of the population, compared to an average of just over 2% across East Africa, with Kenya at around 2.8%, Tanzania close to 1.7%, and Rwanda at 1.6%. In contrast, South Africa boasts penetration rates of over 12%. And from a global perspective, the UK and US penetration is around 15% and 11% respectively. So that therefore poses a great challenge for us. As these figures are just more than numbers, I think they are a stark reminder that there is a significant gap between potential and actual reach. A gap that involves innovation, customer centricity, and technology-driven approaches that can be used as a bridge to narrow this gap. If we are to remain relevant and impactful, we must confront these realities head-on and commit to creating solutions that build trust, drive inclusivity, and expand access to insurance products in Uganda. This new world calls for a new kind of leadership, a new kind of thinking in financial services. I think the MC rightfully said earlier on when he says these conferences, when we attend them, for the next 3 to 4 weeks, we'll be remembering what we're challenged on. But I challenge you that let this be the turning point to say, this world is changing, we have acknowledged it, and how do we respond to the changing world in order to remain relevant? This new world provides or calls for a new kind of leadership, which are all key players. One that is bold, empathetic, digitally fluent, and unafraid to challenge the status quo. The opportunity before us is immense, but only if we are prepared to rethink who we are, what we do, and why we do it. In terms of collaboration and partnership, I do believe it is one of the ways in which we can increase the penetration of insurance in Uganda. At Stanbic Bank, for instance, we hold a strong conviction that no single institution can flourish in isolation. I was therefore pleased to note that as you gather in here, it is not just brokers. It is both brokers, insurance companies, regulators, most importantly, and other stakeholders that support financial services. The intricate web of our ecosystems, which span banking, insurance, fintech, regulators, and government, demands collaboration rooted in mutual trust and a shared vision for progress. As a bank, we view the insurance sector, and especially insurance brokers, as vital allies in our collective mission to safeguard and grow Uganda's wealth. Together, we can weave stronger safety nets for families, advance financial inclusion for the underserved, and unlock investments by managing risks with bold, innovative solutions. Our bank assurance offering as an institution, which recorded strong double-digit growth last year, continues to be a cornerstone of this collaborative journey with the industry. We provide a broad portfolio that spans both embedded insurance products and standalone retail and corporate insurance products. We are also excited about new products in the pipeline, which include successful delivery of enabling technology as prioritized in the tech stack insurance, digital micro insurance offering, as regulator referred to as well, savings-linked life products in partnership with insurance designed to support long-term financial goals and resilience. This just goes to underscore the importance of partnerships and collaboration as we drive the industry forward. Our vision is not one of competition, but one of co-creation. Bank assurance is not vital to brokers only. It is a complementary channel that expands reach, deepens awareness, and builds customer trust. By simplifying access and embedding insurance into everyday financial experiences, we are helping demystify insurance and drive uptake across demographics. The strength of this partnership approach is evident in the numbers. Across industry, bank assurance has emerged as one of the fastest growing distribution channels, contributing close to 15% of gross written premiums. Banks bring a unique advantage, trusted customer relationships, wide branch networks, and deep data insights. which when paired with the product depth and underwriting expertise of insurers, creates unmatched value. This is the time to double down on collaboration, not compete for slices of the same pie, but together, banks, insurers, brokers, and regulators can grow the pie, increase penetration, and deliver transformative impact, not just to the market, but to the millions of Ugandans who are still uninsured and vulnerable. As we navigate the future, a few global trends to watch out for. Some of them have been alluded to by previous speakers, but allow me to highlight a few. Digitization and artificial intelligence. The digital revolution is no longer a distant horizon. Artificial intelligence is fundamentally transforming underwriting, fraud detection, claims processing, and customer engagement. Globally, I believe the AI insurance market is projected to reach around $45 billion by the year 2030, up from under $5 billion just in 2022, a near tenfold increase. That signifies something that is shifting in the world we live in. For Africa, the trajectory may start from a smaller base, but the growth potential is even more compelling. Analysts project that AI adoption in financial services across Africa could grow at an annual rate of over 30% over the next 5 years. This growth is being driven by increasing mobile and internet penetration, youthful demographics, and an urgent need to leapfrog infrastructure gaps through technology. In the insurance space specifically, Africa's insurance industry is expected to grow at a compounded annual growth rate of around 7 to 9%, outpacing global averages in emerging markets. With the right investment in digital infrastructure and regulatory agility, countries like Uganda can ride this wave to expand reach, improve affordability, and offer hyper-personalized, mobile-first insurance experiences. Climate risk and ESG, again, remains a topical issue. And of course, the challenge remains how, as insurers and brokers, we respond to this change. It is not a future threat, it is a present reality. Uganda has seen floods and droughts displace thousands of people in recent years. The insurance industry must lead with climate resilience products, think parametric insurance for farmers, or green bonds, while aligning with the 100 trillion global push for sustainable finance. Cybersecurity is a third point I'd like to highlight on. Cybersecurity and data ethics is a key emerging trend in the new world that we are living in. As digital adoption soars, so do risks. Globally, cybercrimes costs are projected to reach around $10.5 trillion annually by 2050, making it one of the greatest transfers of economic wealth in history. Africa is not immune. In fact, the continent is becoming increasingly targeted as digital infrastructure grows faster than security frameworks. According to recent reports, Africa experienced over 2,000 weekly cyber attacks per organization in 2023, with countries like Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa among the top targets, because these are very fast developing financial markets. The continent loses an estimated $4 billion annually to cybercrime, a number that continues to rise as financial services digitize. For brokers and insurers, this is a moment of reckoning. With more customer data in our hands and more of it digital, we must elevate cybersecurity and ethical data use to the same level as customer service or product innovation. These aspects should complement each other. The future of our industry in financial services will depend not on only how well we innovate, but on how deeply we are trusted. Customer centricity and behavioral science. Uganda's insurance penetration, as I indicated, remains critically low at about 1% or slightly below 1%, despite increasing awareness and rising exposure to risk. This gap is not solely due to affordability or access. We believe it reflects deeper behavioral dynamics. A 2023 study on insurance inclusion in Uganda by MDPI identified 3 key psychological barriers. Number 1 was perceived trust. Trust in insurance significantly influences insurance uptake. The study found that perceived trust had the strongest impact on insurance inclusion, more so than perceived value of insurance literacy. Trust that when I'm insured and I suffer an event, I will be insulated. Insurance literacy was the second point. A lack of understanding by the population about insurance products and their benefits leads to underinsurance. The study highlighted that insurance literacy is significantly and positively associated with insurance inclusion. Perceived value, many Ugandans question the value of insurance, often due to misalignment of products that don't meet their specific needs or circumstances. Behavioral science therefore suggests that people often underestimate future risks and overvalue immediate costs, leading to underinsurance. In Uganda, this is compounded by a lack of an insurance culture and the penetration that insurance is a luxury, or the perception that insurance is a luxury for the wealthy. So this, again, is a challenge that we should think about in this new world. And finally, and not most importantly as well, is regulatory convergence and compliance tech. The African Continental Free Trade Area and regional harmonization signal tighter and smarter regulations. Our dear regulator earlier on referred to insurtech investments in compliance tools like blockchain for transparency will be key to staying ahead. This is an important aspect of our industry. Regulation will continue to evolve as the risks increase, and it is important for each of us to remain compliant with all regulatory changes that will continue to happen in this evolving world. With those few thoughts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak to some of the responses that we have as an institution in response to these emerging trends, where we believe it is imperative that I share these with you, not that we are merely observing these trends, but that we are acting on them as an institution. Number 1, through our platform strategy, we are evolving beyond banking into a connector of opportunities. Last year, we facilitated over 50 billion Ugandan shillings in insurance-linked solutions, bridging clients to risk management tools. Through the Stanbic Business Incubator and our enterprise and supply development programs, we are empowering over 3,000 SMEs annually, many of whom rely on brokers for insurance expertise to scale securely. Through our One Farm platform, we are digitizing agribusinesses. This opens a frontier for brokers to innovate in agriculture risk products. Through strategic partnerships, we are driving inclusive growth. Our collaboration with brokers and underwriters has equally supported over the years large projects like the Karuma hydropower plant, thereby enhancing national resilience. As part of the Standard Bank Group, Africa's largest financial institution by assets, we bring a continental perspective and resources to amplify the efforts of insurance brokers and insurance companies. As I conclude, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with a challenge and an invitation. In this whole new world, our relevance hinges on who we choose to partner with, how courageously we lead, and how boldly we innovate to respond to the fast-changing environment. Let's move from silos to systems, building an integrated financial ecosystem, from transactions to trust, prioritizing relationships and partnerships over short-term gains, from competition to co-creation, crafting solutions that lift all boats. Let us be innovative and drive the creation of new insurance products and drive penetration that responds to evolving risks such as climate, health, credit, and cyber. Stanbic Bank stands ready as your partner to reimagine what is possible. Together, we can champion financial wellness, empower communities, and propel Uganda toward a future of shared prosperity. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you a conference filled with insight, inspiration, and visionary collaboration as we collectively work towards driving Uganda's growth as enshrined in our purpose as a bank, that Uganda is our home and we drive her growth. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you once again to the President of IBAU for this invitation to address this auspicious event, and thank you for your kind attention. Mwebale nnyo, musibe bulungi. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Easy Does It, the show where we show you how to do things easy. We are dealing with the easiest way to receive money from abroad. And to our first contestant, Dorothy.
Dolosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dolosi, your answer please.
Flexible, of course.
Nope.
Wait. The answer you have, do you get the real money they have sent to you? Not those things of they tell you, Maya sent this money, then after you reach it, then they tell you money charges.
You lied.
Another one. Do you stand to be among the 4 people who win 500k just for receiving money from abroad?
No. You mean Flexible does all that?
Hey, zero fees, just full amounts.
Receive full amounts at no charge from over 20 countries across Europe, Asia, and Africa with FlexiPay. Dial *291# or download the app to get started. For more information, call 0800 251 251 or visit our website at stanbicbank.co.ug.
It's called Milk the Moment. Milk the what? Can I request that we all rise and give a standing ovation to our keynote for a keynote well delivered into understanding the theme. All right, that's very good. Let's improve it a little bit. Just to appreciate. And I'm not sure how we're going to do it. I'm going to say 5 factorial. Very good. Many of us here are mathematicians, so we understand it. When I say 5 factorial, we give Mumba a big clap. 5 factorial. Some of your math has started to shake. 5 factorial, clap 5 times, 4 times, 3 times, 2 times, and all right, 5 factorial. Let's take our seats. Sometimes they invite a keynote and you feel like they would have stayed online. But this keynote had to be here with us. Kenneth, we want to thank you very much. You have done justice to the conversation for us to deeply understand what it clearly means to continue deriving value and driving value in this market. For me, what keenly came out of this conversation was embedding insurance in everyday experiences. And that for me is very, very critical. As insurance players in the room, if there's any message that I picked, how do we make sure that we have solutions that everyday citizens can take on in their everyday experience? I was happy to be a part of the conversation where our platinum sponsor, Sanlam, made mention that today you can ably travel from Kampala to, say, Mbarara, and you pick just insurance for just that travel. And that's very, very important. How do we make sure that we bring that story home? That everyday Ugandans can ably access insurance. Let me share a personal story. I worked in insurance for 3 years. And for the 3 years I worked in insurance, I only had medical cover given by the Uganda Insurance Association. Now, it's until I left that now I have over 3 policies. But how did I get to having 3 policies? Specifically because of the about. How do we move out? And I know that the regulator is doing quite tremendous work in terms of driving awareness across different regions. The Uganda Insurance Association that is led by Jonan is also doing quite some work. But how do we create a one force where all insurers, we commit to say that this will be our fund to training Ugandans to simply understand why insurance is critical? Because we all know that beyond anything, insurance plays a critical role. For me, like I mentioned, it's until I left the sector that now I have 3 policies that I pay by myself. But when I was in the sector, it didn't really make a lot of sense. But it's until I joined my current employer, the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services. We have a campaign called the Banking and Financial Services Awareness Campaign, where IRA continues to partner with us. And in that, we continue to do financial literacy and insurance literacy. How do we create an arm where we have a budget and we continue to go out in different communities for people to drive value and understand the role of insurance in their lives? Because for me as an individual, insurance has totally changed. Okay, beyond the fact that I get some side gigs like this one, even the Rio covers have really played a critical role in terms of the so many things I do. So it's important. I wanted to leave that as food for thought for us. But also, I just needed to make another comment, what I picked from what Kenneth has said, that trust is a key element in driving your business success. The moment you continue to trust your brand as a company, we'll continue to buy your solutions. How do you make sure that we continue to trust you? Most importantly, by paying our claims very fast. Because if I lost someone 2 days ago and you pay me after a week, I'll be happy, but I'll not be as happy as the person who has been paid in the morning of losing the person. That's where we need to come through. So how do we make sure that we bring these experiences? I am not part of the keynote. I was just borrowing from the intelligent brains of the CEO of Stanbic Bank. So once again, let's appreciate Kenneth with a big clap for delivering on that topic. It's important to recognize effort. Before we go for our group photos, it's important to recognize effort. I want to show you the first person who walked in this room at about 7:25. Miss Elizabeth Musasizi, please stand up for recognition. When it was heavily raining, Elizabeth was the first person to come in the room. Elizabeth, thank you very much for taking care of yourself yesterday. Not to say that for us we didn't really take care of ourselves, but thank you very much for keeping time. I want to invite Joan from Skyry Insurance Brokers to bring the award that we are going to give Kenneth for a topic well delivered. Alhaji, allow me to invite you to the stage with our keynote to appreciate him with a token of appreciation. Joan of Skyry Insurance Brokers, you don't want to come to the stage? Such opportunities don't come often. Make use. Milk every moment. After Alhaji hands over the award, squeeze yourself in the photo. Milk every moment. Right, on that very moment, I want to request the organizers, just a minute, Alhaji, before you leave, I want to invite the chairman, Insurance Brokers Association, join in on that photo. Our conference convener, Edward, is always on the move trying to make sure things work. Please join in on this photo, because that's when it will be very complete. Joan, I love how you have squeezed in the photo. You were saying no matter the matter, I won't leave. When you talk about IBAU, the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda, that name is not complete if the name Solomon Lubondo is not there. Solomon, you're welcome. Please join in on this photo. Can we welcome Solomon with a big clap? This photo is going to be on Daily's first page. John, you have had enough limelight now. Please help Kenneth take the award to his table. Can I request the Secretary OSI to join in on this photo? Yes, no, you remain. This is a principle of making the photo bigger and bigger. Regional delegates, please join in on this photo. We are thanking you for your air ticket. Excuse me? You want to guide them on how they should stand? This is okay? You want to? You come here and tell them. Come on the microphone. Some they come on the ladders. Are they the ladders, the steps, the stairs? Okay. All right, regional delegates, that was a photo, now video, social media, video, sorry. Alhaji, the impact of social media is what is driving the conversation. Yeah. Alhaji, that you say Ibau 2025. 1, 2, 3, let's say. Yeah. Alhaji, you're going to find yourself on TikTok. So regional delegates, allow me release you, and I call the different categories of our sponsors. Regional delegates, allow me release you. I want each of the institutions in the brass category to send. Solomon, you remain. You remain. The sponsors, I want to start with the brass sponsors. I want to invite Smart. Please send one representative. Smart applications, please come. Uganda Re, I saw the EMD available. CCare, OSI, Kenya Re, Willie Star, AAR, Stanbic Bank is already here. Jubilee Insurance, Sky Re, and Cigna. Please quickly send one representative, and after brass, I'll move to copper. And each of you, as you see in the magazine, send one representative. Then bronze light sponsor, bronze, silver, and then gold. Quickly. Uganda Re, CCare, Willie Star, Cigna Healthcare, Can we clap for our brass sponsors? Smart Applications, Uganda Re, CCare, OSI, Kenya Re, Willie Star, Watson AR, Stanbic Bank, Jubilee Insurance, Sky Re Insurance Brokers, and Cigna. Thank you very much. Brass, the time is over. Okay, copper sponsors, we have Minette, Scoopay, Waikari, Mayfair, Kenbright, Clarkson, Continental Insurance, the Insurance Training College, GA Insurance, Minerva Grand Re, and Service Corps. If you see your MD coming, you, the officer, you stay seated. So come according to your seniority. A manager is standing up, the intern, you don't stand. Until you get to your category. If you see no one standing up, take the opportunity. Can we give a big clap to our copper sponsors? Excuse me, sir. Why aren't you smiling? Is it your money? Full smile. It's as if you spent your personal money here. You were feeling it going. Done? All right, copper sponsors, thank you very much. Now, bronze light sponsors. Bronze light sponsors, we have Jubilee General Insurance, Jubilee Alliance, MUA, Uganda Insurance Association, and Liberty. Gender balance. Okay. Okay, let's clap for our bronze allied sponsors. Thank you very much. Moving on to our bronze sponsors, where we have UAP Old Mutual and Gold Star Insurance Company. Now I'm starting to understand that phrase that it is lonely at the top. As we continue, the numbers also continue to reduce. That's why in the insurance sector we have only one CEO. Now, as we continue to go up, bronze sponsors, all of you, you can come, whichever position. As we continue to go up, all of you just come. Here we have no limitations as we continue to go up. When I get to silver, all of you as staff just come. When I get to gold, all of you. Platinum, all of you come. Let's clap for our bronze sponsors, UAP Old Mutual and Gold Star Insurance. Thank you very much. Yeah, now we are moving to our silver sponsors, where we have Britam and Prudential. Can we give them a big, big round of applause? All the staff, from trainee, graduate trainee, up to MD, all of you come. Yeah, they are silver sponsor. We accommodate everyone. The time they take while they are walking, they are feeding their money. Let's appreciate our silver sponsors with a big clap. Thank you very much. Our gold sponsor, ICE Lion. Can we give them a big, big clap? Yeah, at this point, even when you are in the ICA and you left, you can come. Because we trained you, so you can enjoy the photo moment. So all staff, ICA, Life, General, the swag they use. Can we clap for ICA? These are our sponsors tonight. So you can imagine. Yeah, I think it's an ICA conference. I think this is value for money. We give you our money, we come and eat it. Yeah. We shall give you our money, but even in the eating, we shall participate. Take your time. Take time to make sure they enjoy. Okay, now photo number one, take one when all of them are very serious. That's for the boardroom. Photo number two, when they are relaxing, when they are smiling. First photo, serious look. All of us, serious look. Okay? Then second one, smiling. Yeah. Keep saying 6. The teeth will come out. 6. Yeah. Thank you very much. Now video. No. We are the gold sponsors. 1, 2, 3, let's say. Say loud as if it's your money. Can we clap for our gold sponsors, ICA Lion? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Hey, Emmanuel, I want to request that we have one photo for the senior leadership. One photo for the senior leadership. Plus that gentleman, don't go back, sir. Then please come. Senior leadership, top EXCO team, senior management. Yeah. Senior management, ICEA. EXCO, top leadership. So when we are done here, don't ask for accountability report. We've really taken care of. Senior leadership. Very good employer. Female, male, same number. Equal opportunities employer. People, let's not get tired for clapping for our gold sponsor. You can imagine if you have clapped like this or when we are at gold, what is going to happen when platinum comes? All right, let's appreciate them one more time. And finally, because they say that no matter what you do, they are going to guard this place jealously. Let's make welcome for our platinum sponsor, Sunlove. Some of you are clapping is lazy. Our platinum sponsor one more time. So because you are platinum sponsors, take your time, you come slowly, you will greet from this side up to the other side. If you're going to stand this way, you stand from there slowly. Take your time. People appreciate our platinum sponsors. Even you one day you will become a platinum sponsor, but for today you are not. So appreciate these ones. Platinum sponsor. Platinum sponsor, start with here. Alhaji. Exactly. Some of you are going to go back to the other side so that we balance the boat properly. Do you have all of them? Okay. The man at the extreme end, you may feel like he's the one who signed the check. Even his hand, he has stretched like this. So once the photos are done, we are doing video. All of you are going to say, we are the platinum sponsors. 1, 2, 3, let's say. Your energy does not speak platinum. One more time. We are. Exactly. One more time. Let's appreciate our platinum sponsors. Sanlam. Thank you very much. Excuse, Donata. Senior leadership. Senior leadership. Exco. Representing the MD. Senior leadership. You have to position your stakeholders so that next year, when they are signing, it is easy. Okay. Thank you very much. Our platinum sponsors. I want to invite our panelists. And I'll end it with the organizing committee. I think I will have covered everyone. Our panelists. Please join in on this beautiful photo. Our panelists. Director Francesca, is she here? Can we also appreciate our panelists for the job they are yet to do? Organizing committee. The head of the secretariat, Chris, this is our final photo. Everyone that has been on the organizing committee, please make your way. Can we clap for the organizing committee for a job well done? You also want to say you were the organizing committee? Or you want to say we made it happen? One more time. Can you clap for the organizing committee? Thank you very much, our guest of honor. Thank you very much, our keynote. Because it's difficult to find you, allow me have also a photo with you and the keynote. So you never can tell. One day it may be a good photo for me. Yes, now I have allowed you to take back your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate our guests of honor and our keynotes with a big clap. You will appreciate that we were challenged by the weather, but we were also challenged by the Prudential night yesterday. And so we have moved quite beyond our time. But you will appreciate that right now we need to grab our coffee break, which I should request that will take a maximum of 20 minutes. We then return. We'll extend our lunch a bit just to make sure that we fit into our program. Please accept that we take our coffee break for just 20 minutes, and then we come back and return to our second half of the conversation. Enjoy your coffee break. It starts now. 20 minutes, I'll be calling you back in the room, and let's all oblige to come back. Thank you very much.
sweet serenade. Sweet serenade. I remember it all so very vividly. My sweet serenade. Every move was just like poetry. My sweet serenade. Sweet serenade.
check, check.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we should be starting in the next 1 or 2 minutes. I kindly request you to find your seats. For us who are outside the structure, kindly come in so that in the next 1 minute we can get started. I am sure that by 2 we should be done, and then we should be able to head out to our lunch. So can I request we take our seats so that we start in the next 1 minute? All right. I am assuming that everyone has found their seat so that we can be able to proceed. Welcome back from our tea and coffee break. Allow me read for you a message from Rose Wanda, the Secretary General of OSI, and she's informing you as well as inviting you together with your team that you work with in your different organizations, that the 47th OSI conference will be in Uganda this year. And she has told me to inform you that come the 23rd of August to the 27th of August, we should all be at Speak Resort, Munyanya. For those of us that do not know one of the tallest men in the industry, Mr. John Chisache, can I request you to stand up for recognition? That's the CEO of the Uganda Insurers Association. For anyone that wants to understand and be part of this beautiful conference, please liaise with Jonan and his team. They should be able to give you the details in regard to this conference. It is important that we are part of the 47th OSI conference. And Jonan, right here from the local perspective, thank you very much for giving it the touch to make sure that it works. So for all of us that are looking for details, get in touch with UIA, get in touch with Jonan, and you should be able to get details in regards to the conference. Jonan, that's the reason I had to make you stand up, because I don't want people to say they did not know you, they don't see you. So I needed to make sure that that information cuts across. Before we move to our afternoon topic of human capital, where we shall be talking about the role of human capital, Robert, allow me to remind you of what Robert Heinlein said, that a generation which ignores history has no past and has no future. I don't want us to be a group of people that do not recognize our history, because it has created the force of what this particular conference, the 7th edition of this conference, looks like. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize a very special lady, your friend and a CEO of Willie Star Watson, Rita, our conference convener for the 6th conference. Please, Rita, stand up for recognition. I think the energy, Rita, please stand up. These people will give you a better clap. You'll all appreciate that this conference, the pace, the style, the trend from her leadership really has taken a total new shape. And I'm sure that the likes of Edward that have taken it up on the 7th one have picked it up from a good pedestal. So Rita, we want to thank you. And I want these people to give you a big, big round of applause for your commitment and being part of this campaign. Now that I have made mention of that, we are moving. I am sure that all of you have glanced at the program. Before we have the topic that will be led by Betty on human capital, allow me to invite our platinum sponsor, Sanlam, to come and set the tone on the conversation. Can we welcome Sanlam with a big round of applause?
Thank you so much, Mr. Gava, our MC. I'd like to imagine that for this submission, we'll have as much energy as possible. Since we've taken teas, if you haven't, you can still get a cup. Human capital. When we look at Sanlam setting the tone, we are going to look at the approach that Sanlam, for example, has taken on as we go on. But most importantly, I'll give a preamble. What do we know human capital was? We'll maintain the protocol and we'll observe the same. I hope you're all well. What we see today in the evolving global economy is that the concept of human capital keeps on evolving, but it's also a critical component of success for any organization, and most importantly, sustainability. It's many things. I'm certain that all of us have done interviews before we get into our jobs. If you haven't, you will do an interview one day, very soon. But while we are there, we take on the night before or the days before to try and either understand what we're going to do or sometimes cram, hoping that when they ask us questions, we are going to make commitment and promises. I will do everything as assigned to me. I will work 24 hours a day. But that's not only human capital. Human capital is about skills. It's about the knowledge, experience, and abilities of individuals. Human capital transcends the traditional views of labor by going over the ant theory or the quantity theory. That is to say, how many men are required to carry, let's use myself as an example, to carry me? A wild guess would be 10, maybe because I'm light, you know? But no, we can get 2 strong men to carry me. So therefore, you're looking at quality. The men that would carry me would have quality skills, would have quality features enough to take me around off the ground. And what we're saying is that human capital encompasses not only recruiting and retaining talented individuals, but also fostering a culture of continuous learning. And while we think about it, at Sanlam last year, one of us decided to take on this country and show us the best at ITC. Christine, are you here? People might want to see you. As I talk about continuous learning, Christine is somewhere at the back. You can stand up and wave. If you don't mind, you can turn and see Christine. So human capital and continuous learning are closely related, and you can't let them go. Professional development and employee engagement. At Sanlam, we know that we have to go AI, it's the new world. But at Sanlam, we also know that with good processes, you'll never cut out the human being, the person, and the people eventually. Therefore, by prioritizing human capital, organizations like Sanlam and all of us here can enhance innovation, just like Ibao has set it up for us, a new world, to drive productivity and ultimately achieve strategic objectives, which I'm almost 100% sure we all want: profit or money to the bank. It is important that we recognize the integral role of human capital and how it shapes the trajectory of a company. It is essential for leaders, as we are, but also it supports in implementing an effective culture or promoting an environment where employees are empowered to contribute to their fullest potential. What are we saying today? In a nutshell, that human capital is not just a resource. It is the bedrock of competitive advantage and long-term organizational resilience. We are all here with the commitment that we shall do our best at our places of work. At Sanlam, we get to interact with all of you. We hope to do so and continue to do that, so that, number one, we gain confidence across the board, but also through the lens of human capital. When we work together, iron sharpens iron. We improve our skills, and we'll see to it that we benefit from it. And therefore, before I invite the next speaker, the topic of human capital is something we won't exhaust today. But I know that Betty Mwagale, who's coming on after me, is a star at what she does. She's going to give us an eye's view, an eagle's view of this whole thing. I was just trying to step into it and scratch on top. I'll ask that we pay attention, or be very, very attentive, so that we gain a lot from it. It's important that we walk away with the richness of what Iba has done for us. Ladies and gentlemen, allow for me to invite Betty Mwagale, who's the head of human resources at Britam, to take us through. I thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. To the conference convener, I must say I was humbled when I received a call to be able to speak on this topic that is dear to my heart in terms of the future workforce and how we are defining it, how we are creating it as HR people. So for all of you who are here today, I hope I can make an impact in whatever capacity that you are at and whatever level that you're at in your workplace. My name is Betty Mwagale, and I serve with Britam as the head of human resources. And I'd just like to recognize my team that, that is here with me. If they could just maybe stand up briefly. Thank you. They are right there. Thank you. I'd like to request the legacy team. I put together a very small presentation. I know it's lunchtime, and our bodies by nature are sort of skewed to having our lunch, but I hope I can keep your attention for the next 30 minutes. And I hope I can have this slide deck up. But while the team works towards putting this up, I'll just run through it. While I was thinking through about human capital, the new focus, what came to my mind when I was requested to speak about this topic? First thing was, what has been the world transformations that the world of work has gone through? We all know that we've had the Industrial Revolution. Let me just see if this pointer works. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we all know that we've had 4 industrial revolutions in the world of work, yeah? Where we've moved from the Industrial Revolution, and with this Industrial Revolution, we saw a shift from manual labor to the mechanized-based kind of working, right? And then it progressed to the Technological Revolution, which saw the advent of computers, the internet, and a great shift in how we communicate and how we access information. For the millennials, I think we can really testify to that. Then we had the gig economy and the remote working, which changed the traditional ways of working and work arrangements. And finally, where we are at now, what is creating the future of work is artificial intelligence and automation. Now, when we look at specifically artificial intelligence and automation, rather, the world of work as we know it, the world of work as we know it, or as we have known it, is normal, especially for us, the millennials, the Gen Alphas, and maybe the baby boomers. The world of work as we know it is normal. So what has happened is that we are in the midst of a great workforce transformation of our time. And what does that mean for us? In a world that's driven by algorithm, by automation and AI, it's easy to forget our greatest asset, which is us, the people. And while technology can transform processes and transform the workplace generally, it is people who will make a greater impact to the organization. So this conversation, or rather the conversion that we've had across the different revolutionary transformations in the workplace and where we are at now in terms of AI, is about the irreplaceable power of human capital and the rapidly changing workforce in which we are working. And for us as insurers, it's paramount for us to be part of this conversation that is driving change in the workplace. And just moving on today, what does the talent landscape look like today? According to ILO and the World Economic Forum, the world of work today, Africa has the youngest population in the world. And what does that mean for us as insurers? How do we tap into that? How do we skill this young population to be able to fit within the future of work? Well, the average age of an African is 19.5 years compared to 46 or 7 years old in other countries like Germany and Japan. However, when we come back to Africa in the sub-Saharan context, we have to account for half of the new entrants in the global workforce. And that is where the beauty of Africa lies. It's in the power of the human resource. And just moving on, the talent landscape today as well is defined by 15% of the world's labor workforce is in the northern and the sub-Saharan Africa. So it means we have the greatest resource any organization needs to have, which is the people. So the question that begs is, how do we then transform the people to be able to fit within the new dimensions in the workforce or in the workspace or in the future workforce that we are creating today? And maybe what's also important for us as insurers that we can look at, when we are looking at the people metrics, is important to look at what different dimensions are there in terms of employment matrices. There are those that are unemployed, and that is constituting 13% of the workforce. How are we positioning these people to be able to tap into that resource to deliver on our future workforce mandate? And then there are those who are sitting at home. And then in addition to that, there are the low-income earners, and then we have those who are self-employed in different workforces. That constitutes about 50% who own their own scope of work, and 19% who are contributing to family work, and about 15% who are in temporary workforce, and 16%, which is yourself and myself, who are in permanent paid employment. And just moving on from that, I would like to look at, when we look at Uganda, what is Uganda's population landscape glance like? When we look at the age dynamics that we have a very young population, we all know that. Now, under 15 years is about 50% of our population. And the question that begs is, as insurers, what are we doing about it? How are we planning for that future generation? Then when we look at those who are 15 to 24 years, almost under 30 years, that's about 28%. So then will come in the Gen Alphas. Then we have the Gen Zs. Then we have the millennials. So when we look at those different age dynamics, how are we as insurers playing along to ensure that we harness the full potential that comes with employing those different dynamics? Now, still moving on, the largest workforce is anticipated to be the Gen Zs by 2030, just so you know. And it's important for us as human practitioners, as HR practitioners, to know what they care about. I am a millennial, so it's important for me to know what a millennial cares about, what a baby boomer cares about, but also what the Gen Zs care about. Now, according to a research that was recently done by First Up, the Gen Zs, 13% care about income. And 18% care about stability. We all know that agencies would quickly resign if they feel the money is not meeting their needs, because that is not a priority for them. While for us we may think money is a priority, it may not be a priority for them. But as we go up the ladder, we see that 18% care about job stability and security. And then we have 18% still caring about the ability to do what they do. How are we empowering them? How are we supporting them to be able to do what they do? If we've had an underwriter, are we empowering them? And then working at a company with great brand reputation. That is one of the big sales for them. So what is your employer branding in the market? What's your employer branding in the industry? Because we have 12% who care about that. And then the big one, the elephant in the room, is 39% who care about work-life balance. Right? Now, it's this 39% that will end up speaking for the rest of the Gen Zs. That is where the conversation comes in on mental wellness, personal well-being, and things like that. So it's important for us as leaders, as practitioners, as HR people to be able to drive that agenda, because that is what they care about. And then still moving on, we want to look at, having looked at the different matrices that we have in terms of the people and how they form the workspace, what are the 4 shocks as HR that we have observed are shaping the insurance space? Because it's important for us even as HR to be cognizant of this and be aware that this is what is going to inform our different HR initiatives. Now, one of them is artificial intelligence and digitization. And a report by Anix, where they conducted a survey, it revealed that in the next 2 years, there's going to be a double-digit increase of AI automation. So what is your organization, what is your employer doing about AI in the workplace today? If they haven't, challenge them to start that conversation. The next shock that's reshaping the insurance space is climate losses. We all know what recently happened in Thailand, in Malaysia, right? And it's been reported by, I put the sources down there, I can't see them, sorry. But it's been reported for 2024, there was a $368 billion loss resulting from climate change. If your organization hasn't started having conversations on climate change, be that force that is forming the conversations in the room. Now, out of the 368 billion loss, 40% of that loss was only insured. What happens to the 60%? How are we then tapping into that? And as HRs, how are we then driving that conversation? Like I indicated, Gen Zs are forming 27% of the workforce, and millennials are forming 43% of the workforce by 2027. So baby boomers, get out of the way. Gen Alphas, yeah? It's the millennials and the Gen Zs that are coming in to lead the workforce. Now, the big question is, how are we then positioning our different diversities in the workplace to empower them with AI tools, to empower them with ESG information, to be able to drive the change that is reshaping the insurance space? And something big that we need to look into is the regulatory factor. There's going to be a drive on international sustainability standards where they'll require all companies to report on ESG, and that is under IFRS 17. So you need to be aware and cognizant of that. So as different companies, as different players, what are you doing about ESG in the workplace, and how are you preparing your resources to be able to drive the ESG conversation in the room? Okay, I hope I'm speaking to someone. Great, thank you for that. Sometimes you feel like you're talking alone. Okay, just moving on, if we can break this down further, let's look at some world shapers in the insurance space that we have. Ping An is the largest insurance player in China, yeah? And they have been a huge drive for AI. They already have an AI power learning hub. They have about 25,000 resources under the AI Learning Hub. And what has that impacted for them? 93% of their policies are now underwritten within seconds. We are talking about 7 seconds, people. How long is your policy underwritten for? That's another conversation. So as HR, we want to drive operational efficiency in the workplace. If your HR isn't driving the conversation on operational efficiency in the workplace, challenge them too. Okay? Now, when it comes to claim settlement, Ping An is setting the precedence. How? Their claims are settled. 99% of their claims are settled within 7.4 minutes. 99% of their claims are settled within 7.4 minutes. Let me ask, how long are our claims settled for? So as HRs, how are we driving operational efficiency in the workplace? Yeah? Now looking at Allianz, which is headquartered in Germany, as a result of AI automation, they have had an improvement of 30% policy accuracy. 30% policy accuracy, which has meant there is an improvement in their precision and in their quoting process. What is the accuracy level of your policies? Still with Allianz, they have close to 400 cases of AI alone that is used in customer service, in underwriting, and in claims processing. And in addition to that, narrowing it down still to ESG for Allianz, what they have done is they have developed an AI-powered tool that warns on floods. Now, recently, it sent an early warning to their customers in Valencia, in Andalusia, and in surrounding regions, hours before a massive flooding occurred. So what does this demonstrate? The importance of AI in our business operations. And then still moving on AXA Global, which is another insurer that's shaping the conversation on AI in the workspace. They've already developed a climate change institute within their company. And 96% of their staff have been trained on ESG. And what does that mean? They have been able to develop green products. As insurers, we need to start thinking about what are those green products that we are positioning in the industry. And what has that done for AXA? It has contributed to AXA's commitment to climate action and sustainability. And it's providing a competitive advantage for AXA in terms of attracting customers and demonstrating value to their investors and, of course, environmental responsibility. So what is your organization doing in regards to AI automation, process improvement, and in regards to ESG? Now, just moving on, I hope I'm being able to trigger your thought process in this. Now, just moving on, where do we stand as Uganda today? I want to note that we can be able to drive our insurance uptake from under 1% to 12% that South Africa has. So if we look at our insurance premiums and we compare them to, for example, what the insurance premiums are, for example, in South Africa, we had, as at Q3 2024, these are the numbers that I was able to dig up, we had about a growth of 2%, from 11.3% to 13.5%. However, is a 2% growth agreeable for us from Q2 to Q3 as an industry? I think we can do a lot more, right? And then when we look at our non-life numbers, non-life, it grew from 611 to 932. But however, moving on from that, how is our digital readiness as Uganda? And we are aware that NITA is driving this digital readiness. We are at 45%, which is still very low when we talk about automation and digitization. So as HRs, what do we need to do? We need to upskill. We need to invest in upskilling. And if we can look at investing 200 billion in upskilling our resources in ESG, upskilling our resources in data analytics, upskilling our resources in AI, we can see an expected increase in our numbers, not only in our insurance penetration, but individually and collectively in terms of our revenue growth. Now, just moving on, this is what I was able to sort of calculate and see. As a result of claims leakage, we have a 135 billion loss in Uganda. And I would say in terms of profitability, this is not something a shareholder would want to hear. So as HRs, we have a responsibility to drive efficiency to ensure that we bring down this claims leakage. And how do we do that? Through upskilling. If we can improve our people skills, then we can definitely be able to bring this talent number down. So our talent gap is costing us money. So what is your organization doing to close the talent gap that you may have? Now, I would just like us to look at 4 imperatives. And the first imperative is our skill when it comes to speed. As HRs, if we can prioritize the well-being of our workforce and the flexibility in the workplace, what will that mean for us? It's going to be able to drive our retention as HRs to the top. 67% of workers are ranking flexibility at their top as their retention driver. And that's based on a recent Microsoft Work Trend Survey of 2024. So what is your employer doing about your wellness and your flexibility in the workplace? And 40 hours of learning is what is recommended or is what is expected by employers or rather by employees by 2027. So we know that as adults, we have short attention spans when it comes to learning. We'll listen for a bit, go to our phones, or wander off, right? And I can see some of you on your phones. That's on a light note. So as HRs, it's important for us to know that can we design bite-sized learning programs so we know that we are able to upskill your learning through the bite-sized learning programs. Now, if we can be able to achieve 40 hours of micro-learnings, then we can be able to transform our skills within the workplace. We can be able to close that talent gap that I was talking about that is leading to that leakage in underwriting, in claims. And that is how, as HR, we can transform the workspace today. Now, just moving on, we have what we call, sorry, if we can just go back, I think the slide just moved, I don't know. Just moving on, if we can talk about artificial intelligence badges, if we can leverage AI-powered learning to upskill employees to have the latest AI tools and techniques. So if an employee is able to acquire a different learning skill in AI, then we can be able to give a learning badge, and that is recognized worldwide. So it's a conversation in the HR space that we are having. Which badge you can use to market yourself professionally, online, or in whichever space. All right? So if you haven't started thinking about the AI conversation and digital analytics and automation, you had better start doing that because that's the future of the workforce. Okay, and just moving on. How is technology driving the workforce today? Sorry. Can you just move it? Okay. Okay, great. So how is technology driving the workforce today? Now, this is the impact of technology today. The World Economic Forum projects that by the end of 2025, and guys, we're in 2025, 85 million roles are going to be extinct. However, with the beauty of AI, 97 million new roles are going to be created. What does that mean? We have to upskill. We have to position ourselves for the future. Moving on from that, hybrid and remote working is going to be imperative. LinkedIn recently did a survey and reported a 300% increase in job postings that are hybrid and remote work-based. So we don't necessarily have to see you in the workplace. Offices today are not necessarily in the office, plot this, right? Because that has transitioned. And then artificial intelligence triage frees 30% of underwriting time. So we need to drive operational efficiency. AI triage is KYC, right? Now, if we utilize AI, it should be able to reduce our KYC when we are doing underwriting to possibly seconds just. So as an underwriter, you're able to close a policy pretty quickly as compared to if you don't utilize AI. Still, in addition to that, the human in the loop reviews ensure trust and compliance, and that is where we as HRs come in to drive the human interaction with technology. Now, still with AI, chatbots, and I think we all know chatbots by now, right? Chatbots resolve 60% of routine queries, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that is where AI is going to replace human interaction. Now, because chatbots are replacing human interaction, because they are more efficient, they are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it means that you who is in customer service, you who is in claims, where a client asks for a simple query on their claim, the chatbot is able to give them feedback. So you as a claims resource, or you as an underwriting resource, if you don't upskill yourself, you're going to be redundant in the workplace. And then robotic process automation cuts policy time, issuance time, from 3 days to under 3 hours. We've seen Ping An is doing it in under 1 minute. So we can still do this in different sectors of work. The second imperative, still on technology, is when you embrace technology, policy issuance time is reduced by 75%. Let's not look at Ping An for now, because they're at another level. And then 85% accuracy in underwriting. And then customer queries are resolved by chatbots, 60% of customer queries. Now, where we are saying that customers don't trust insurers, this is where we are going to drive that sense of confidence within the populace. And I think now you see that growth in our insurance penetration from under 1% to possibly 5% and growing to 10% and above. And that is why we need to embrace technology. And then we can see the underwriting time saved through AI triage. I had explained what AI triage is. Now, just moving on to another imperative. As HR, it's important for us to create a learning ecosystem that empowers our resources for that future workforce. And my thought process went to ITC. How can we as insurance players, insurance brokers, insurers, how can we now partner with the ITC to design a curriculum that fits the future workforce? How are we driving those conversations? Makerere University, or the different universities that we have, how are we driving data science? How are we as players providing opportunities for internships when it comes to data science? Are we creating innovation hubs? Yeah, in our different companies. I must say we have an innovation hub in Britain that's driving our innovation conversation. So if your organization doesn't have an innovation hub or a brain hack team, you need to challenge them, because the future of the workforce is technology. And we need to ensure that our resources are future ready for the future of work. We currently have an innovation village that has thought about an innovation village. It's industrial area. It has an insurance micro-lending product. So how are we as insurers partnering with the innovation village? Then fintechs. It would be great if we can have fintech hackathons with telcos and other partners as well. I think that would be a big win for us as insurers, because we cannot win alone. We can win better if we partner with other players. How about if we had a climate school or a climate program in ITC? I think it would be a big win for us if we empowered our team, just like AXA is already doing. Remember, we are going to have that as governance reporting as part of IFRS standards. So what is your organization doing on ESG? But also, how can we empower our managers? How can we empower our managers to be leaders and to be able to drive purpose-based learning within the business, to be able to build their teams? And finally, there are different learning platforms globally. There's Udemy, there's Coursera, that is providing micro-learning programs where you acquire certificates that are recognized worldwide. And these are issued by different universities, Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, whichever, name it. They're issued by all these universities, and you can be able to acquire those skills that will make you future ready. So how are you utilizing these platforms that we have? Our fourth imperative is on how we can embed ESG into talent strategy. I talked about the regulatory front, how it's going to be part of our IFRS 17 reporting standards, but also just moving on, looking at the wider world in EMEA, that is the Middle East, Europe and Africa. Already, they've already constituted board committees. As per our KPMG 2024 report, 78% of companies are already reporting on ESG and have board committees. Now, we need to start driving that conversation because it's important for us. However, 43% link executive pay to environmental, social, and governance and human capital key performance indicators. If 43% of pay is linked to ESG, how are we then tapping into that? How are we then driving the ESG conversation within our teams? So the action for us is to be able to develop a skills matrix that drives the ESG agenda, because that is the future. That's the new future that we're in. And just moving on from these four imperatives, I'd like us to look at, sorry, if we can just go back. Okay. If we can just move on from these four imperatives, what would then be my parting shots for this? And possibly what can drive your thought process post this conference, and maybe foster conversation in your next management meetings, in your next brain hackathon conversations within your different companies. If we can just move it. For me as an HR practitioner, what would be my parting shots? One is that we need to integrate AI in our processes. We have seen what that does in terms of operational efficiency, because the success of our organizations depends on this change. And then two, as HRs and as insurance leaders, our job is to prepare our people to thrive alongside AI, alongside intelligent machines, not to compete with them. Remember, while AI is displacing 83 million jobs, it is still creating 97 million jobs. So then how are we preparing our people to thrive in that environment? And thirdly, ESG is not more than compliance. It's not more about compliance. So other than it just being a checkbox, how do we as HRs bridge the gap between ESG and driving impact and creating real impact in the workplace? That is how, as insurers, we will be felt within the industry, within the market. And finally, in a world that is shaped by AI and climate realities and shifting social responsibilities, people remain the greatest asset. people are the greatest asset for any organization. So let us champion the human capital that is not only digitally ready, but also ethically grounded and socially conscious. And finally, from me, the future of work isn't just about efficiency. It's about impact, integrity, and intentionality. So let us be intentional in driving and positioning our people to be ready for the new future that awaits us. Thank you.
I am sure that many of us have been able to appreciate what Betty has been able to present to us. But for me, when I was seated with my colleague Esther there of APA, we continue to ask ourselves that there's a conversation of AI is displacing people. People should work along with AI. The question for you and I is that what if you were the one to be replaced? What do you do after you are replaced? Once you start to find a solution, you are starting to find a way to work with AI. Ask your neighbor, are you ready for artificial intelligence? Ask your neighbor. When the HR Britam started their presentation, said the baby boomers get out of the what? Get out of the... Sometimes it's easy to tell people to get out of the way, but sometimes you also start to imagine that even you, they are soon going to tell you to get out of the what? Of the way. But I think ultimately, it's a question of how we continue to position ourselves alongside what is happening. The statistic of the insurance company that you shared, that settles claims within about less than 7 minutes, that's huge. That's huge. So... do we have any claims people here? Raise your hands, claims people. Yeah, yeah. Go in prayer, go in prayer. Okay, to the serious part of the conversation, I am sure that we have some questions. I am going to request the legacy team to flash for us the Mentimeter where you can be able. Some of us are microphone shy. For those of us who are microphone shy, I would request that you use the Mentimeter to throw in your question. And then HR from Britam should be able to now give perspective to some of his questions. But I'm also sure that within the audience, we have some HR practitioners who can be able to also share their experiences in addition to what she'll share. So in our next 5 or so minutes, if we have any hands, if you have any questions, please raise your name and the question, and I'm sure that she'll be able to capture that.
Good morning, Madam. My name is Abdul Salum Ruchekeri from Burundi Insurance Broker Association. In your generation, there's one generation which seems to be missing, and we happen to be, my friend, to be part of that generation. Where do we figure out Generation X? Because you talk about millennium, you talk about boomers, baby boomers, but we didn't see anywhere we figure in Generation X. Where are we? What is our future?
For some of the generations, I have the answers. If you see that generation was missed, you should not even be in the way. On a serious note, Betty, you make a response to that. Why didn't you cater for other generations? All right, do we have any questions? Any questions? I need to see hands, 1 or 2, that are related to human capital. How do we continue to work with AI and these different changes? Do we have any other hands? All right. Legacy, please flash the Mentimeter. For those of you who can see the QR code, feel free to scan. I keep telling people that if you see that your phone cannot scan that code immediately, there's a problem.
Thank you. Thank you, our presenter. My name is Jennifer Mirembe Sensua. We're in the Insurance Brokerage Services Limited. There's a category of our generation, I think the Gen Zs, in how fast they do their work, in how fast they think. So for us who are handling the clientele that has not necessarily accepted the fast-moving style of working, how do we support the category of the workforce that wants to explain insurance very quickly? And in my space, it is insua. Kusomesa insua. How do we teach insurance to communities that do not really appreciate the fast-paced explanation? And yet, it is imperative for us to continue employing the workforce that can actually work in the fast-paced society. Thank you.
Our keynote in the morning, thank you very much, Jennifer. Our keynote in the morning said that milking the moment. Milking the what? If your company did not sponsor and you are here, this is the time. Stand up, introduce yourself and your company. Then they question. Because it's called milking the what? Milk the moment. Milk the moment. There's a hand there. Okay, okay. So it's very, very important that we ask these questions. And by the way, Jennifer, no intention to attack you. You may come, you may feel like. Okay. There are no questions? That you have a question? All right. As I move the microphone, Judy of Smart Applications, please stand up for recognition. Yes. Let's clap for Judy. All of us, let's clap for Judy. For those of you who do not know Judy, Judy leads an institution called Smart Applications, and you know they continue to power us, where customers now easily interact through technology using insurance. Thank you very much for that product where I can see how much money I have used and how much I have as a balance. Name and question.
Thank you. Joshua Kenna is my name. I'm from Old Micho. I'll go straight to the question. My question goes to the speaker, particularly the issue you talked about, the impact mainly of remote working. So my question is that how has remote or hybrid work mainly reshaped talent management, especially matrices in the industry today, from your perspective? How has remote working or the hybrid work arrangement reshaped mainly talent management? But most importantly, what are those productivity matrices we can consider, particularly for the insurance industry, considering the nature of our operations? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Kasula is my name, from AAR. Kindly guide me on how AI and that kind of arrangement will get to our clients. I'm from the sales side, and I didn't get to hear anything. Is there something in progress that AI is going to definitely get to the clients and sell to them our products?
Okay. So, HR from Britain, before I come to you, allow me give Donato. He needed to make a supplement on one of the questions. I'll be able to give the icing of the conversation.
Thank you. The question around Omuntu wa wansi, who understands insurance as insua. Was that the right question? How do we reach them? How do you keep them part of the conversation in an industry that is so black and white, or white collar? Very critical in terms of the marketing space. Consumer psychology plays a very big part, is that when people know that you care, they are willing to listen. So in terms of communicating and keeping them part of the conversation, we use familiar platforms, these communities, to translate our product into their language. Don't get me wrong, it's not just about changing language into the local context, but what do they enjoy as entertainment, as an example. So in the past, I'll use an example. In the past, through UIA and one previous company I worked for, we used drama. So we wrote scripts on insurance, and then it was agriculture insurance, as an example, and other classes. We used scripts. We wrote scripts of what insurance looks like in their life, and we got actors to act in the trading centers and did road shows for these drama skits and tried to explain to them how insurance comes to life. The other example is also radio diaries. We had drama shows on radio in the local language that we brought insurance to life. So context is very important, that you interpret insurance in their lifestyle, how the things they understand. Can you bring insurance into that story? So a single advert in Uganda, in Uranchitara, will not hack it for you. If your marketing guy tells you that will work, it's just a tick of a box. It will not hack it. Until you come to the ground and assimilate in how they communicate, then they'll start to understand you when you do that. Thank you. I hope that helps give you a bit of context to the lady that asked the question. Thank you.
You can take over the other questions as well. If you have any questions on our Mentimeter, please share them with us after this set of questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll just speak to the questions that have been asked. Bruce, I got your name right? Bruce from Burundi. Sorry? Abdul. Sorry about that. Abdul from Burundi. So he talks about the Gen X. Where do they feature? They're still featuring in the workplace. That's why you're here, right? But I should say the Gen X's are about 13% of the workforce today. 13%. Now, what does that mean for you as a Gen X? Gen X is, for those of you who are asking, are those who are born between 1965 to 1980. So if you are born between 1965 to 1980, you're a Gen X. If you were born between 1981 to 1996, when Museveni had just come to power, you're a millennial, right? Then, or a Generation Y. Then the Gen Z's, 1997 to 2012. And the Gen Alpha, who will soon be joining, 2013 to currently, right? Now, the baby boomers, who we still have in the workplace, who have set the foundation for us, were born between 1946 to 1964. So I should say, no matter the generation, what's important for you is to how you evolve. I remember at the beginning, there was a video that was played, and the conference convener talked about, we're here to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So no matter the generational gap you're in or the generational age you're in, it's important to unlearn, relearn, and learn again. Don't be that generational ex-boss in the workspace who doesn't even know how to use ChatGPT, for example, who doesn't even know how to develop certain simple tools using technology. If you don't know, Ask the younglings, they'll happily teach you. You won't lose anything. So that's my challenge to you. Jennifer, I think they've spoken to your question, but I would just like to challenge you. Look at your DEI agenda. That is diversity, equity, and inclusion when you're hiring. What is your diversity, equity, and inclusion policy? And most importantly, how do you then train your resources or induct them or onboard them to fit within the market space that you're operating in? If you're serving, the Muntu wa Wansi who will speak Luganda, don't hire a Gen Z who is going to engage with that kind of client who has an American accent, because there'll be no connection, right? So look at your DEI agenda in the workplace. Joshua, your question on the impact of remote or hybrid working and how it has shaped talent management. I would say that how remote working and hybrid working has shaped the workplace, it's been tremendous. It's given people the knowledge to know that they have the free will to either work from the office or work from home, but what's most importantly, still deliver. Because that's paramount. Wherever you're working from, you're still expected to deliver. I must say that in 2020, 2021, during the COVID time, when we're working from home, and even post-COVID, we had about 6 months in Britain when we're working from home. It was one of our best productive years. We had one of our highest revenues and profitability. I think some of you are wondering, but your HR, why are you talking about these numbers? Yeah? As HRs, we need to understand the business and use the numbers to inform our different HR initiatives. So, does working from home, does remote working have an impact on talent management? Yes, it does. However, it creates dynamics on how you manage the teams and how you drive engagement. Because when people are working remotely or working from home, it creates a sense of disengagement. So as a manager, as a leader, as an HR practitioner, how are you creating engagement within teams that are working remotely or teams that are hybrid working? But most importantly as well, how are you supporting them? They may be home, an employee is just starting, he's in his one-roomed house, maybe he has no bed, he sits down. Have you provided them a desk? Are you giving them Wi-Fi? Are you telling them to work from home and still expect them to deliver, but they're not empowered? So there are so many dynamics that go on into talent management when teams are working remotely or when they're working from, there's so much that is involved. But that's a conversation that we would have separately. In terms of sales AI, now, the gentleman from AR, I didn't hear your name. How is AR being used to drive this? I should say a lot of this is coming from the customer touch points. How are we using AI to create suitable customer touch points for them in terms of their interaction with you as AR, their interaction with you as Britam, their interaction with you as UAP? When you create an interaction that is seamless for them, right? Then it means that the customer is getting interested, or you'll have their interest in giving you business. Put yourself in the client's shoes when, if they have a medical policy with you, let's say you're AR, they have a medical policy with you, I'm an HR for company X. However, my employees have visibility over the benefits that they have visibility over the limits, they have visibility to whichever customer service, hospital service panels which they are empaneled on, they have visibility, or if I need a doctor, I can get this doctor. So what customer touch points are you creating that will enable your clients to have an enjoyable experience with you? Now, the time when the salesperson comes to engage with me, because my employees, my staff are having a good, seamless experience, definitely the conversation will be easy because the company has created a smoothless touch point process for them. So I would say for sales, focus on the customer service touch points, and therefore how the customer is going to be served on the back end, in claims, in underwriting. Then it will provide a basis for you to drive your sales numbers. I think that was the final question. Unless there is any other question, MC?
Yes, we have some comments on the Mentimeter. Give an overview of these generations, who is a Gen Z and who is a millennial. I think you...
I've spoken to that.
Spoken, but also some of the questions you can use Google if the answers are not satisfactory. Yeah, because I don't think that the HR from BTAM can be able to really expedite, because there are a number of categories, but good enough you spoke to that. Then you gave a projection of 27 and 43% for Generation Z and millennials respectively by 2027. Kindly share the drivers for millennials in workplaces similar to the drivers for Gen Z. Then the other is considering that our HR structures may not yet align with the evolving nature of work driven by AI. How can we practically encourage them to adopt and move forward? Start with using ChatGPT for all your reports. Betty, these are your questions.
Yeah.
Then finally, leadership role in the industry. For example, leading insurance association, supporting IRA, and directly becoming entrepreneurs through creating insurance firms. I think that's food for thought.
Yeah. Okay.
Respond to the two.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just speak to what are the key drivers that are driving millennials in the workplace. One of the key drivers that I recently came across driving millennials in the workplace is security. Do they feel secure in the workplace? It's not necessarily about pay, yeah? And then is there potential for growth? If you have a millennial in the workplace and possibly they're at officer level, how are you then positioning them, let's say, to grow into a management level, a C-suite level, and be able to impact the business at the top, right? Remember, you may have a millennial in the workplace together with a Gen Z at the same job level. So how are you driving that conversation? So while the drivers are different, for millennials, it's largely, I would say, potential for growth, looking at where can they impact most significantly, and that's at the C-suite or at the management level, ExCo level. And then also, what's the sense of security? Because millennials have families, they have children, they have to take them to school, and things like that. So they are more focused on, does this job provide security for me? Then moving on, considering that our HR structures may not align with the work-driven AI, how can we practically encourage them to adopt and move forward? I think I should say that I'm a member of the HR MAU, and we're already having these conversations. So one of the things that you could challenge your HR is just nudge them in terms of how are they thinking about HR within the organization? How are they thinking about realigning, the roles for the future workforce, and then realigning the organizational structure to fit within the future workforce? Which roles will be created as a result of AI? How do you then need to be trained and prepared for those future roles? The conversation is a lot, but I would say, as HR practitioners in our HR space, we've already started this conversation. So if your HR isn't part of the HR association, just encourage them to, because there's so much conversation that's happening. I think this is a comment. No, that's what I spoke to. Okay, thank you so much. It's been great.
Okay, people, we had ended on the questions, but it is Rita. So allow that I give Rita to ask. Betty? Is she still in the room? Yeah, we have one burning one from Rita. You know what she means to us as the brokers.
No, thank you, Gava. And Betty, that was a wonderful presentation. I wanted to speak into the way you ended it, that the future of work is about impact. How do we as business leaders strike a balance between impact and profits? That's a big question. And then I also wanted to find out, from your perspective, as HR practitioners, the role of the HR has significantly evolved. And unfortunately, we don't see that in this part of the world yet. No. Yeah, so I just wanted to understand what kind of HR practitioner do you believe organizations like insurance brokers need for future of work? Thank you.
Rita, I must say those are very loaded questions. Thank you. So there were two questions. One is, what kind of HR do we need to drive impact in the workplace? And then two, how are we creating impact, driving impact within our businesses, but not forgetting profitability, right? Okay. I believe that HR in the workplace today needs to be one who understands the business. If your HR doesn't understand the business, if your HR doesn't sit into your business development conversations and question you, because as HR we have to drive profitability, ultimately. If you're productive, it means the business is profitable. So if we have to drive profitability, it means we have to understand the business. Now, when we understand the business, we are able to design HR initiatives that impact the business, that drive retention, that ensure we hire right, that ensure our employees are engaged, that ensure our mental wellness for our teams is high, that ensures performance matrices are met, all these things, right? Two, you need to have an HR who is keen on driving the next generational leaders in the workplace. Like I mentioned, we have 4 generations of employees in the workplace today. Now, how are we as HR leaders positioning our resources that we have for the future roles? That means we must be creating a talent pipeline that ensures, should the next underwriting manager, should the next business development manager, should the next whatever skill, resource transition, you have already a resource internally. So you're creating a talent pipeline that prepares and ensures there's business continuity, right? 3, you need to be able to have an HR who is people-centered, who is going to drive people-centeredness within the leaders. And I must say that, and I always tell our managers this, the first touch point for any employee is their supervisor, is their manager. So you're the first HR for your team. Now, if you cannot be a great HR for your team, then there's a problem. So for me as HR, how am I empowering them to influence their teams? How am I empowering them to lead their teams effectively? How am I empowering them to coach their teams? We've seen leaders in the workplace who do not empower their teams, stifle their team's growth. Don't be that kind of leader, right? So how are we as HRs creating that talent pipeline to ensure that our next generation of leaders come from the Gen Zs, come from the Gen Alphas, right? And finally, I would say then you need to have an HR who is fun, right? Yeah, create some life. Yeah, don't be, what's the word? Don't be stuck up. Yeah, don't be a principal, don't be a headmistress. yeah, create some life. But I would say, guys, feel for HRs. They go through a lot as well. Eh? So feel free to, encourage them, give them a pat on the back when they're doing well. But those would be my 4 key areas, I would say. Then, in terms of impact and profitability, how do you drive impact and profitability? I would say that a lot of the conversations that we have in the workplace is we need to create value for the shareholder. Now, a Gen Z doesn't understand that conversation, right? Meet your employees at their level. If I have an underwriting assistant and I'm saying, create value for the shareholder, people, she'll look at you like, what are you saying? So just come down to their level, engage with them at their level, resonate with them at their level. Then you can only drive impact. Keep those conversations for the boardroom and for the C-suite. But I would say, come down to their level. Thank you.
I want to invite Ernest of Kenbright to come and appreciate you for your time, but also your research. Ernest, do you want to follow it up with some English or you just want to give? Okay.
Ernest, I'm sure I have made your day. Okay. Very good. Can I request that we rise and give a 5 factorial to Betty for a presentation well delivered? Rise. When I see that all of us are up, I'll say 5 factorial. When all of us are up, 5 factorial. Very good. Let's take our seats. Some of you that are seated there, your math continuously improves. In the beginning, you were just going, but now the pauses are coming out loud and clear. Betty, we want to thank you very much for sparing your time, but also for the statistics you've shared and the information that is going to richly inform our human capital management back at our organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the man that has been behind the activity we are going to do in our afternoon, which is a CSR campaign. Please welcome Paul, the chairman of the Brokers Association, to tell us that activity, and I'll come back to speak to the final details of the morning.
Good afternoon. Well, I have to first say congrats to everybody. I can see we're still quite alert. Now, I would not want to take any more of your valuable time. After here, we will be going for lunch. But what I would like to recommend for all those who are available to go for the CSR, let's go immediately after lunch so that thereafter you can go to your hotel to prepare for the evening program. Now, just to reiterate what we have to do this afternoon. First and foremost, we talked about the blood drive. We would like to donate blood as the insurance industry to Mbarara through the Mbarara Hospital and supported by the Mbarara Blood Bank. But just as well, we have C-Care that is providing a number of services. For example, your blood sugar. Some may not know their blood sugar. You can be able to check for your blood sugar, blood pressure, BMI, HIV, hepatitis B, or talk to a general consultant or doctor. You have an opportunity to do that here. And what we are doing extra for the hospital is with regards to the maternity ward for all mothers that have just given birth. We have a package for them from the insurance industry. And just as well for the children's ward, we also do have a major package for them. So it's important we manage our time quite well so that we're able to move freely. And just as well, I'd also like to reiterate the importance of keeping time in the morning, because we are 1 hour behind schedule because we started 1 hour late. Now tomorrow, we intend to start at 9. I'd like to request we all make it for 9 so that by 1 o'clock we are done. Thank you.
Because we cannot purchase blood, I would like to encourage each one of you to find it within your schedule to join us so that we are able to donate this blood. And on that note, for everyone that will be going, when I look at my clock, it's 2:30. We'll give ourselves up until 4. So at exactly 4, I request that everyone who will be moving for the CSR, we assemble here. Paul, is that agreeable? We do 3:30. We assemble here, and set of time is 3:30. So ideally, 3:30 assembling time.
Let me just reiterate. I know we have multiple forms of transport. There are those who came with their vehicles, and then we have coasters as well. So what we're simply saying is once we go for lunch, those who have their vehicles can immediately go to the Mbarara Referral Hospital. And then we'll also have the coaster ready to take those who need that transportation.
All right, so let's be there, and really, numbers are going to be very, very important, because also to say that the insurance practitioners in Uganda are in Mbarara and we only see 10 people, it will not give a very good message. So tell your neighbor you have to show up. Tell your neighbor you have to show up. Very, very important. Now that that is clearly stated, I want to use just 1 minute to close this conversation for the first half of the day. Please lend me your ears. I want to presume that each one of us has received a coupon for the food. So if you haven't yet received a coupon, there will be ushers there to support you. Get a food coupon. Our regional delegates, we are alive to the fact that some of you do not take certain meals. Some of you are vegetarians. We prepared a team of ushers to be able to pick you up and handle you accordingly so that you can be able to enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is what dinner? Is it golf dinner? Is it what dinner? The gala dinner. Is the what dinner? The gala dinner. And what is the theme? Golf. The theme is what? Yeah, good luck. It's going to be quite serious when we are seeing ourselves in a golf attires. If you don't have the golf attire, come 15 minutes late. Is that clear? Because it's going to be super. See you at the gala dinner. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch. But don't forget, we have a CSR that we are supposed to execute. Thank you very much. A nice lunch.